Mayor. Good afternoon. Notice of a public meeting of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on July 11, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with Open Meetings Act. Mayor, it is now 5:02. You may call the meeting to order.
Being that we have a quorum, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Yep.
We do have a quorum present. Next item is invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Leading us in prayer tonight will be Pastor Coral Aguilar. She and her husband, Pablo Aguilar, pastor together, and he could not make it tonight, so she'll be leading us in prayer. Please remain standing after the prayer for the Pledge of Allegiance.
If we may bow our heads. Father God, we just want to thank you, Lord, for this beautiful evening that you've given us. We recognize, Father God, that you are omnipresent, you are all-powerful, but you are also all-merciful. So right now we place this meeting, Father, in your hands, and we ask that you give us the wisdom and knowledge. I pray over all the leaders. I pray over the commissioners. I pray over the mayor and the representatives, the state representatives here, and all the staff. I ask you to give them a sound mind, Father, and a sound heart so that we may lead this city under you, Father. I also ask that you give us a heart, Father God, a drive to be founded, Lord, on love, Lord, not on ideologies that produce hate, but more than anything, love that brings unity. I also ask you, Father God, that this city may thrive, that it may flourish in every aspect of it, Father. That just as you prosper us, Father God, in finances, that you bring our society and our families in unity, but more than anything, that we may produce, Father God, and work your dream, Lord. So tonight, Father God, I ask you for the residents, for every citizen of this city, Father, that we may be able to see each other in love, Father God, and build, Lord, on a foundation of love, Lord. And I ask you also that we may fulfill the vision of this nation. And it is one nation under God, that we may start with our city, one city under God, and that is Brownsville. In Jesus' name, I set an atmosphere of a godly-like character in this city hall meeting. Amen.
Amen. And now we'll have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Next item, we have proclamations. First proclamation is recognizing and honoring Representative Erin Gomez.
Representative Gomez, if you'd like to come forward to receive the proclamation. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing and honoring Erin Elizabeth Gomez. Whereas State Representative Erin Elizabeth Gomez, a proud native of Cameron County, has a deep-rooted commitment to her community. She pursued her undergraduate studies at the University of Texas at Austin and later earned her JD from the South Texas College of Law. After completing her legal education and successfully passing the bar exam, Representative Gomez returned to Brownsville to practice law and dedicate herself to public service. And whereas as an associate attorney with the law offices of Ernesto Gomez Jr., PC, Representative Gomez applies her legal expertise to advocate for her clients effectively. She has also served as a defense attorney for the Cameron County Mental Health Diversion Court, demonstrating her dedication to the well-being and fair treatment of individuals within the criminal justice system. Additionally, Representative Gomez actively contributes to her community as a member of Good Shepherd Community Church. And whereas in March 2022, Representative Gomez made history by becoming the first female representative of Texas House District 38, her election to the Texas House of Representatives marked a significant milestone as she became the youngest serving member at the time. In her first full term in the 88th Texas Legislature, Erin successfully won re-election to continue representing District 38. Representative Gomez's commitment to public service extends to her legislative work. As a member of the House Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on International Relations and Economic Development, she actively engages in shaping policies that prioritize the conservation of natural resources and foster international relationships to drive economic growth. And whereas Representative Gomez exemplifies a new generation of leaders dedicated to making a positive impact on her community at the state of Texas, her passion, legal acumen, and commitment to public service continue to guide her work as she represents and serves the constituents of District 38. And whereas on May 29, 2023, Representative Erin Elizabeth Gomez was honored by the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, who named her Freshman of the Year for the 88th Legislative Session of the Texas House. This prestigious recognition highlights Erin's remarkable contributions and outstanding achievements during her initial term as a state representative. Her dedication, passion, and commitment to serving her constituents have earned her this well-deserved distinction. Representative Gomez's commitment to advocating for the needs and interests of the community she represents exemplifies her exemplary leadership and dedication to public service. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby recognize and honor Erin Elizabeth Gomez for her achievements, done this 11th day of July, 2023, signed Mayor and City Commissioners, City of Brownsville. And Representative, there's anyone you'd like to have come up to join you for pictures with the proclamation, feel free.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, Commissioners, This is such an incredible moment, but I want everyone to know this is not my moment. This is ours. This is something that we talked about, that we dreamed about for decades, and it's finally come. This really is the generation of leadership that we've been waiting for, that we aspire and look forward to joining, that is going to pave the way to a beautiful, bright, prosperous future in Brownsville. And I'm so honored and so blessed to be able to do this with you all. I want you to know that we continue to be committed, devoted, and passionately in love with Brownsville, and always open and available and happy to be at your service. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us this.
Next, we have a proclamation honoring Fred Guadalupe Kowalski.
It is my pleasure to read the proclamation tonight. Do we have anybody from the Kowalski family present to receive this? Okay, I'll read the proclamation. Proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, honoring Fred Guadalupe Kowalski, his life and legacy. Whereas Fred Guadalupe Kowalski was a Brownsville native, born on December 12, 1932, at Mercy Hospital in Brownsville, Texas, and spent over 90 years on this earth giving to his faith, family, and country. And whereas Fred Kowalski followed in the footsteps of his family, being strong in faith and in the service to his country and community, being the son of the late Judge Fred L. Kowalski, a U.S. Army veteran and beloved Justice of the Peace in Brownsville, Texas. And whereas Fred Kowalski served his country honorably, being a U.S. Army veteran of the Korean War and inspiring future generations of the family to service in his son Fred, a U.S. Army Gulf War veteran, his granddaughter Priscilla, a U.S. Army Iraq and Afghanistan veteran, and his grandsons Ed, U.S. Army, and George and Michael, U.S. Air Force. And whereas in his professional life, Fred Kowalski served as an interpreter in the U.S. federal court system, where he continued to work until the age of 82. And whereas Fred Kowalski recognized the blessings of a long, happy life and was most grateful for his faith in Jesus Christ, his marriage to his childhood sweetheart, Irma Villarreal, his children, and for having served his country. Now therefore, we, the members of the Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by charter of said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby celebrate the life and legacy of Fred Guadalupe Kowalski, and further call upon the residents of Brownsville to do the same, and to likewise live a life filled with blessings which inspire future generations. Done on this day, the 11th day of July, 2023. May I just add a really quick remark to this? It's a very special proclamation, and especially in the place we are today, that we honor this individual who here in this same very room served as an interpreter when this was the courthouse back then. And I think it's an appropriate time, and I want to express my deepest condolences to the Kowalski, but the City of Brownsville recognizes the Kowalskis and they thank them for their service. Thank you. Would you please come up so we can take a picture with the proclamation? Thank you. You're more than welcome to express a few words at the podium.
Hello, my name is Ana Julieta Kowalski de Solis, and this is my husband, Alejandro Solis. And we are very humble to see all you. It was like a surprise for me, and very grateful to everybody because I didn't know that my father was loved so much. And I don't know what to say. But I miss him so much, and he gave his best always in his everything that he did. He was a great father, a great husband, a great son, a great father-in-law, and a very spiritual man, always concerned, and he did the best in everything. And I'm very proud to say that I followed his footsteps, and I'm also a court interpreter, and he was my best teacher. To me, he was the best interpreter in the world. And thank you so much for being here.
Mayor, next we have the post-election business ceremony for Commissioner at Large A. Mr. Mayor, at this time, we will call the candidate up to receive their certificate of election, execute their officer statement, and take their oath of office. May we have a motion to suspend the rules?
So moved.
Second.
Aye. Don, your mic is off.
I'm sorry. Ayes have it, motion carries. Would Mr. Tino Virial please approach the table?
At this time, we're going to, I would like to introduce Judge Rolando Olvera. He will be administering the oath of office and the statement of officer.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this feels like deja vu all over again. I was just here recently. But to all our military personnel, to all our law enforcement and emergency personnel, I want to thank you for your service. To all the commissioners and mayor, thank you for your service. Tino, thank you for your future service. And to all our wonderful co-citizens here in Brownsville, thank you for your involvement in our community, making this beautiful city the best it can possibly be. So it's my honor to be here. Dino, we ready to proceed? Yes, sir. All right, let's get started. Last time I was here, I had to squint a lot. Hopefully I won't. Let's go ahead and place your hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. will to the best of my ability. Will to the best of my ability. Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
And laws of the United States.
and laws of the United States
And of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Now official, but now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll bear with me. We're also going to read your statement of office. All right. Again, raise your right hand. You don't need the Bible for this one. All right. I state your name.
I, Tino Villarreal,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
offered, promised to pay,
offered, promised to pay,
contributed, or promised to contribute
contributed, or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
or promised any public office or employment
or promised any public office or employment
for the giving or withholding of a vote
for the giving or withholding of a vote
at the election at which I was elected,
at the election at which I was elected,
or as a result, or as a reward
or as a reward
to secure my appointment
to secure my appointment
or confirmation,
or confirmation,
whichever the case may be.
whichever the case may be.
So help me God.
Help me God.
Congratulations. It's official.
Well, it's been a long road to get here. And I'm not just talking about the campaign. Those of you who don't know me, I was born in Monterrey, Mexico, and moved here when I was about 3 years old with my mom and dad. My mom passed away about a year and a half ago. My dad's here. And we brought my mom's Bible. And that's what I put my hand on today. And I just want you to know that as Commissioner at Large, I vow to hold this office with the values and faith that I was raised with. We prayed often, prayed rosaries. We came here without a dollar in our pocket. It was very difficult, but yet I was able to have a Catholic education. I've been gifted the opportunity to travel the world and now to serve the city of Brownsville. And I don't take that responsibility lightly. So I thank all of you, those who voted, those who didn't vote, and those who voted against me. I'm here to serve the citizens of Brownsville and to hopefully make this an amazing place. I've dedicated my life to helping young people, and I aim to do just that and then some. So thank you very much. At this time, I asked Pastor to pray over me. So Pastor.
Join us in praying for our new commissioner. Father God, we thank you for our new commissioner, Tino Villarreal. Lord God, we ask you to bring unity around him, those that voted for him, those that voted for his opponent, and those that did not vote. Lord God, we ask you to give him a very close and special relationship with you and give him a hunger for your word in the Bible, that he will feed on it daily, receiving the wisdom and direction that you have for him. Lord, I ask you to lead and guide him in every decision he makes as commissioner, lead and guide him in his personal life, lead, guide, and protect him in all of these things. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you.
Mayor, this concludes the swearing-in ceremony. May we recess for 15 minutes?
Yeah, that seems appropriate. Can I have a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, and the motion passes. We will recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Mayor, may we reconvene the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
May I have a motion to reconvene the meeting, please?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item is public comment period.
As a reminder, during public comment, section 2.26, meetings and agendas for the Code of Ordinances states that conduct during this time is A, conversations between or among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones. Attendees must refrain from the operation and use of cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt city commission proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not permitted in the commission chambers or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent sentiments as alluded to regarding placards, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with presentations to the City Commission are permitted. E, only City Commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc., is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. And F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and city commission as a whole and not to individual commission members. Thank you.
Okay, first public comment, Ms. Yolanda Spees.
Good evening, ma'am. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yolanda Speech. Arrogant ignorance. Ignorance simply means you lack knowledge. It isn't something to be proud of or ashamed of, but fixable by acquiring the necessary knowledge. When you add arrogance, it's a toxic mix, especially when it involves a city. What I've experienced with the Brownsville Police Department, because they do not know the law or don't enforce the law correctly, is their ignorance. And then falsely accuse me and my husband of being thieves, mistreating me, humiliating me, lying to me about how the law should be enforced because they don't know, and then laugh at me because they have the power. That's their arrogance. What is most tragic is that the city attorneys have been defending that arrogant ignorance. That is dangerous and not serving the city of Brownsville, because if they did this to me, what have they done to other Brownsville residents with more serious consequences? After speaking to the animal rescue groups, I'm not alone, but they're afraid to speak out or ask you to do something out of fear from the police, because like most Brownsville residents, they don't want to be harassed or intimidated by the police. For the record, they show up around my house all the time. The city commission can fix this so that Brownsville residents do not live in fear of the Brownsville Police Department or the city government. We should be protected and served, not harassed and intimidated. The police should know the law, and you all are in a position to fix this. To simply say it's inappropriate to tell you my concern or simply tell me or anyone else to sue the city is not how you resolve this kind of problem. Qualified immunity, remember? You all can and should fix this, because the people you are serving and responsible for are being affected by this negatively, and now you're being paid to help us not smile and do nothing. The police need better training in the law, and they need to learn how to enforce it correctly. I personally am tired of them breaking the law, then washing their hands and do not do their jobs because they do not know the law. The Brownsville Police Department is dirty, and the city attorneys are defending that filth. That is not advantageous to Brownsville residents or any of you.
Next, we have Sandra Delgado.
Hi, good evening. Approximately 7 years ago, I called the city's zoning department with concerns that our neighbors were renting their backyard pool for parties. At the time, the person I spoke with informed me that this would be a test case for the city. Well, 7 years later, my neighbors are still renting their swimming pool. And the last time I called the zoning department, I was informed that they have received complaints about other similar situations throughout the city. So I think the grade for the test case would be an F. Now, I realize that we live in very different times. People rent their homes and even rooms in their homes through Airbnb and other sites. But there needs to be some kind of a boundary between a business and a residential area. Otherwise, what's next? Someone's gonna park a food truck in front of their driveway and start selling from there? There needs to be some kind of a boundary. I live in a residential area. I live in Palo Verde. I don't live in a business zone. I'm asking for the city to please take a closer look into this and possibly consider an ordinance against it. I know other cities have. I'm really sorry to be the Grinch who stole summer, but there are public pools, there are water parks, and there's a beach right down the street. So having this in our neighborhoods is not conducive to community love. So I ask for you to look into this. Thank you for your help.
Next, we have Ezequiel Sig Silva.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioner. My name is Ezequiel Zig Silva. I usually never write anything down. I usually speak from my heart, from experience, and from common sense. Here to ask you guys to step up to the plate now that there's a full commission here and audit BCIC. I think there's enough discrepancies that have been going on throughout the years that has been overlooked over and over again by the commissioners, by board members, and everybody says, well, we can't govern them, but yet the money comes from taxpayers, from hard-earned taxpayers' money. GBAC just got audited, PUB just got audited, so why does not BCIC get audited when the same amount of money is given to GBEC and the same amount of money is given to BCIC? There is discrepancies that I had to write down because I'm not going to memorize all the dates. And another thing, the meetings are not being televised. As of March or April of this year, none of the agendas are, the meetings have been posted on the BCIC website, and you can't view them online either. Everybody else does, but not BCIC. So why, I have no idea. But on April 27th of this year, $125,000 was withdrawn again by another company that was awarded $125,000, but not the first time. It's the third time they got awarded money for a business that does not even have a certificate of occupancy. Downtown is a supposedly historical site where buildings are giving exemptions, and we're trying to revitalize it, and that somehow that stopped because the Musk money ran out. Why? Because it was abused. It was not given to the businesses that should have relocated, if not, it was given to elected officials and city elected people that went ahead and abused their authority and awarded the money to themselves and to city employees. That gave everybody a bad taste. And we lost millions of dollars and the trust from a very, very wealthy, which is the richest man in the world. And trust is very hard to gain back. $75,000 was given to a building that was demolished. $32,000 was given for interior facade, exterior modifications in 2019. In 2021, they got $75,000 to tear up a historical building. And in 2023, they got awarded $125,000 to do the same freaking thing again, interior facade, but now with a different name. Same location, same owners, two different LLCs. Fast forward that same year, or backtrack, on February of 2021, Oracle Works also gets awarded not only $32,000, but $62,000 under Oracle Works. Fast forward 2021, they changed it now to Varco, and they get awarded the same amount of money again. But except this time, they got greedy, and instead of asking for $80,000 that was awarded to them, they wanted $200,000. What I'm trying to get at
Time
is
is
there's a
up.
lot of discrepancies, enough for this board to step up and do what is right for the taxpayers. Thank you.
Next, we have Craig Jenkins.
Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Craig Jenkins, and are you saying I'm tall? I'm with Media Choice Outdoor Sign Company out of Austin, Texas. I realize you have a hearing for new ordinance for signed ordinance, and I want to speak a little bit to that. Your current ordinance is very prohibitive. It doesn't allow any new, hasn't for as long as I've been working in the Rio Grande Valley, which is like 17 years. And proposed ordinance is really just as restrictive as your current ordinance. So according to TxDOT, there are 77 off-premise signs in the city. Of the 77, one belongs to IBC, which they use to advertise an ATM. One belongs to an individual, and 75 belong to one company. We're not that company. So right now there's a monopoly in this market. When you have a monopoly, under the dictionary, it base says the firm faces no competition, and because they face no competition, they can set the prices. In a recent Perryman report, and Ray Perryman, if you don't know who he is, according to Texas Monthly, he's the most quoted man in Texas. And according to the New York Times, the unofficial state economist. The benefits of a new digital billboard for a town of 125,000 is 700,000 in gross product and 7 job years during construction. It's 19.1 million in gross product each year and 251 jobs once it's fully operational. And it's 520,000 in tax revenue to the city. So I bring that up to you. If you have any questions about ordinances, this is Ray Perryman, Perryman Group. There's not a better person when it comes to economy. If you have any questions about how you should do your ordinance, I'm open for questions. I'm sure the competition in the city is open for, questions and help you guys write your ordinance, or we can recommend somebody. But you got a river of revenue coming right down this freeway that you need to pull off and have them stop in your small businesses. And these digital signs will provide an opportunity for that. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Stacy Belstein.
Yes, I'm here virtually. Stacy Bilstein.
Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, City Commission, I just want to real quick, we'll go over one of the items on the agenda, and that's on the board appointments for the Ethics Advisory Commission. And I just want to ask that the commission reappoint Ed Stapleton and David Willis into the Ethics Advisory Commission. I've been to my fair share of ethics meetings and hearings, and they have proven that they are ready to enforce the ethics rules on anyone that they deem has violated those rules. They are very well prepared. They review evidence, and they also are not afraid to ask those tough questions during testimony. And if anyone knows Mr. Stapleton, he is a very well-respected man within Brownsville in the practice of law. He knows the law, he knows the rules. And they've also, Mr. Willis and Mr. Stapleton have also noted that there seems to be some issues with the way the rules are currently written, the ethics rules, and they are ready to rewrite those rules and fix whatever needs to be fixed within those ethics rules. And this is for the protection of the residents of Brownsville. So in order to protect the residents of Brownsville, I ask that you please reappoint Mr. Stapleton, Ed Stapleton, and David Willis into the Ethics Advisory Commission. Thank you.
Next, we have Janie Melendez. Ms. Janie Melendez.
Yes, I'm right here. Good evening. My name is Jamie Melendez, and I built a home at the Brownsville Country Club in 2001. When I built the home, it was a decent neighborhood. Now it's riddled with potholes. And I can't deal with potholes because they're not in my property. However, what thing I cannot deal with is with dogs defecating in my property because my neighbors don't follow the laws, or the code of ordinances that the Brownsville has. I've tried calling animal control and left numerous messages. They never answer back. I've called police department and left messages when dogs are attacking kids and the elderly that are walking, and they never respond. Our section, and it's good that you guys have it, there's section 10, 96 of the city ordinance. It is unlawful for the owner or person in control of an animal to negligently allow or permit such animal to defecate on any public property or property that doesn't belong to them. Running at large pertains to an animal that is not secured. Opening your door to allow your pet to go defecate in somebody else's property is not being in control. It's not even responsible and not even hygienic. I'm allergic to dogs, so I really can't do anything about it. And I have tons of Blink videos and Ring video that I have recorded, and also the times that I've called the city and the animal control and left messages. The other part is the when you feed a dog, a pet, being a dog, pelican, more than 3 days, it becomes yours. And it's also part of section harboring means the act of keeping and caring for an animal or providing a premises to which the animal returns for food, shelter, or care for a period of 3 days. And also keeping an animal within city limits in such a manner under conditions to cause hazard or danger to public health, or which produces nauseous odors or disturbs noises or annoyance to persons or ordinary sensibilities in the immediate vicinity. Well, my neighbor keeps feeding, this is the dog, and I have copies, but I didn't give them to the secretary in time. Dogs eating my hibiscus plants, the pelican eating my hibiscus plants and my fruit trees. And if anybody has ever smelled or even stepped on pelican poop, it's almost as big and as bad as, and this is it. Thank you. Hopefully you'll do something about it. Thank you.
Next, we have Catalina Presas. Ms. Catalina Presas. Okay. Next item, we have work sessions. Item number 1, Brownsville Public Utilities Board, North Regional Force Main Project.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Doro Garcia, Director of Engineering and Public Works for the City of Brownsville. Today, this item is for Brownsville PUB. We do have some representatives present here today, but the presentation will be made by Ann Whitco with Half and Associates.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk about the Brownsville Public Utilities Board North Regional Force Main Project. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Ann Whitco. I'm a Senior Water Resources Project Manager with Half Associates here in our Brownsville office. With me today, I have John Clint. He's the Operations Manager for Half in our Brownsville office, and Marie Leal, who is the Director of Special Projects and Water and Wastewater Engineering and Planning with Brownsville PUB. This one? Okay. So the purpose of this workshop is to inform both the City Commission and members of the public about a proposed wastewater infrastructure project that will service North Brownsville. I'm here really to give a high-level overview of what the project entails. And for those that are in attendance today or listening in, I'll let you know how you can get more detailed information and provide any comments or ask questions about the project or any concerns you might have related to its construction and how to communicate that with PUB. One of the primary reasons that we're having this workshop is to comply with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Chapter 26 requirements for the protection of public parks and recreational lands. The reason this is relevant to this project is that a portion of the proposed route will run within an underground easement within 2 city park spaces, one being the historic Battlefield Trail and one being the Brownsville Sports Park. I'll go into a little more detail on this over the next 2 slides, but I'd like to emphasize right off the bat that we are not changing or altering the use of those lands in any way once the project is complete. The project is being proposed for 2 main purposes. First, to service existing development in the North Brownsville region surrounding the Brownsville Sports Park. Wastewater flows to the line under existing conditions are reaching capacity during peak flow conditions and are putting the city at risk for sanitary sewer overflows as that area continues to develop. Second, the project will accommodate flows from new development projects, including the GBIC Industrial Park and developing areas around the west and northwest area of I-69 East. The project is critical to supporting the growth that is anticipated from these projects and ensuring compliance with state regulatory requirements. Upon completion, the proposed line would service an approximately 6,000 acre area, which is just over about 9.3 square miles. The project consists of installing a 24-inch force main from I-69 East to the Brownsville Sports Park, and then a 30-inch force main from the Brownsville Sports Park all the way to the Robindale wastewater treatment plant. The proposed route that's displayed on the map was selected to utilize existing public right-of-way and minimize the need to acquire land from private landowners. All improvements will be installed below ground, and above ground disturbances will be returned to existing conditions upon completion. There may be temporary disruptions to the usage of the properties during construction. However, it will not change the use of the public recreational space once the project is complete. Additionally, it's anticipated that the disruptances during construction would be very minimal as well. The total project route is approximately 10.5 miles long, and as I previously mentioned, it falls within 2 existing recreational spaces. Both of those are highlighted in yellow on this map, one being the Brownsville Sports Park and the other the Battlefield Trail. At the Brownsville Sports Park, the route would utilize an existing easement that runs along the outside edge of the property. The easement would need to be slightly expanded in this area to accommodate the proposed line with other existing utilities. But it would have minimal impact during construction and no long-term impact on the usage of the site relative to its existing use. In total, it's estimated the project would temporarily impact about 0.73 acres of property, running approximately 0.65 miles along the southern and eastern edges of the boundary of the property. The line would eventually tie into the right-of-way for the historic Battlefield Trail, where it would run approximately 2 miles below ground between the area just south of FM 511 down to Morrison Road. It's estimated to impact approximately 8.6 acres of property along that 2-mile length. And again, all disturbed area would be returned to existing conditions upon the completion of the project. That's really all I have to present tonight. The main takeaway from this presentation is that, one, the proposed improvements are critical, not only to service the existing developments in North Brownsville, but to support future anticipated growth from both the GBIC site and other residential developments in Northwest Brownsville. And second main takeaway is that while public recreational space is being utilized for the project, we are not altering the use of that land upon completion of the project in any way, and everything will be returned back to existing conditions. If anybody would like additional information on the project, you can reach out to Marie Leal at Brownsville Public Utilities Board. I have her contact information on this slide. We can make project documents available for review at Brownsville PUB, and we're requesting any comments to be submitted either in person, via phone, or via email by August 11th at 4 p.m. Thank you for your time, and I can answer any questions as needed.
A few questions, Ken. It's a national recreational trail, the only one south of San Antonio. What do you mean by minimal disruptions in the trail?
During construction, I think for the most part, it wouldn't really shut down any portion of the trail, except at the very northern end, closer to 511, there is a place they'd have to cross the trail. So it'd probably be a matter of a few days to a week that they would have to close down the trail there to place the line and cross that trail. But other than that, we don't foresee any.
This question is actually for you and Doro. I think, Doro, you're still out. Yeah. My concern, will there be heavy equipment on the trail in order to accomplish this?
I'm sorry.
Will there be heavy equipment
heavy
literally
equipment.
on the trail to accomplish this? Because the trail was not built for heavy equipment.
I think that could be avoided completely. John, you agree with that? Is that we can avoid having heavy equipment on?
Heavy equipment on the trail will be limited, and if any damages caused during construction will be replaced.
Okay, and then my last question, as you said, damages to the, so if, correct me if I'm wrong, if there's a piece of heavy equipment, and I'm in favor of the project, please don't get me wrong, but I'm very protective of the trail itself. So if I drive a heavy truck onto the trail, it may not crack for several months, but there could be a relationship in the future to the damage that we see on the trail. So what do we do in order to not just look at the condition of the trail when you're completely done versus a few weeks or a month? I don't know what's a reasonable amount of time to look for cracks along that area.
We have a couple things. Pre-existing conditions are videotaped and pictures are taken care of by the contractor before he gets started. And then afterwards, at the end of the contract, we ask him to do the same. And then there is a one-year warranty period after the acceptance of the project that the contractor would be liable for any damages.
So if there were cracks that showed up 9 months later in that area, the contractor would have to repair them.
Correct. And what we typically do is about a month prior to that 1-year anniversary, schedule another inspection of the site and make sure there's no settlements or any pavement crackings like you're saying, or damage to ramps or whatever there may be.
Okay. And is Parks ready to create any detours along the way if those areas are disconnected? And I don't need an answer right now, but I'd ask you to look into it. But thank you.
I'll coordinate that, yeah.
One other thing I'd add, and I like this is a project in the right direction, especially when we're talking about drainage. What's important to me is as we share plans like this with the public, it's not so high level. We want areas of town that are very susceptible to flooding today to know what this means to them. And if it's putting it in terms of a flood that we had recently and telling a citizen, you know, it took 4 hours for your streets to drain. With these projects, it'll now take 1 hour. Or whether the water got up to 3 feet deep. In the future, it shouldn't go more than 1 foot, things like that. Something that the public can understand the impact to their neighborhood, their street, their area. I'd like to see more of that.
Noted. We'll make sure to include that in future
Thank you.
presentations.
Last question. You said that we would have to buy a little bit of right of ways. Do you know how much that would be? Do you know areas, or how much property?
I believe it's the area all along Sports Park, right? It was about another 10 feet.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
How much right of way do they need to acquire and where? Additional.
There's various locations requiring additional right-of-way or permits. A lot of the area has already been acquired by PUB in the past for the reuse line. We're reusing that property is no longer used, so we're reclassifying it. There is a small area on the sports park. It's not very wide. The reasoning being is that part of the utility easement dedicated to PUB was used for part of the park. And now we cannot put this line in, so we have to acquire an additional 5 or 10 feet wide for the length of Old Alice Road. And I think the short part on Sports Park Boulevard as well.
Thank you.
One more question. Is there a cost, what is the cost and what is the time frame more so of this project?
The cost currently, the estimate is almost $30 million. Right now, it's not completely budgeted. Only, I think, phase 1 is budgeted, which is only from the wastewater treatment plant and Robindale plant to Morrison Road. And that's a critical area that is impacting right now. North of there is going to be impacted once GBIC does their park or if more development comes up in that area here in the near future. But the area just west of 77 and south of Olmito is growing quite rapidly. And if it continues to go that route, PUB will be in a situation where this line has to come in. They're just being proactive to at least get this line up to that point. But it solves a lot of their problems for years to come.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next item, we have board and commission member appointment and eligibility policy workshop.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. We will be discussing this particular item. The purpose of this is to refresh current commissioners as well as provide an orientation to newly elected commissioners. We have a new commissioner that was just seated today, so this is a good time to kind of provide this information to everybody. In 2018, the City Commission adopted a policy on how board appointments and qualifications would be ascertained. And that policy was modified, I believe, in 2001, 2002. I'm looking at Commissioner De Los Santos because I think he might know the year when it was modified.
The most recents were 2018 and 2020.
2020, there you go. And so looking at this presentation, just very general discussion. Terms are 2 years unless it's specified otherwise. An example of that would be the BPUB, which is a 4-year term. 2 consecutive 2-year terms is what is recommended. Good example of that, though, there is an exception in some boards. Brownsville Beautification Committee has an exception if the body thinks that a particular board member should be appointed past 2 terms, then that's something that the commission can do. They must attend 75% of board meetings. 3 consecutive unexcused absences will automatically forfeit that position. Unfortunately, it doesn't specify regular versus special. So of course, there's always room for improvement. If y'all decide to make some changes, that would be one where I would recommend a change to.
It also doesn't specify what constitutes excused versus unexcused, and that's a big problem because that's
Correct. It doesn't
subjective.
differentiate between what is excused and the process there. Does it require that committee to excuse it, or is it just, so that's a concern too. This part was modified in 2020, which is in 2018, the commission has said only 1 board per service. And I think it was expanded to 2. You can serve on 2 particular boards. Once an individual has completed their term, they're immediately eligible for service on other boards. Next slide. No spouses or individuals related within 1 degree may simultaneously serve on the same board, but they can serve on different boards. There are some residency requirements, residents of the city of Brownsville, unless otherwise specified by ordinance or law. And there are a few boards that do have that differentiation. And then there is a caveat that allows you all to appoint someone for significant civic or community service within Brownsville, or who has demonstrated prior significant willingness to serve. And that applies to GBIC and BCIC where permitted by state law. And then the city commission may remove any board at any time with or without cause. There is an exception for board of adjustment. The state statute does require with cause. And then, of course, BPUB has its own governing policy there within the city charter. And so essentially, we wanted to provide you the policy that was last amended in 2020 so that you all could become familiar with the policy. And also, if there's any changes, you can give us direction so that we can amend that policy.
And I believe that exception that you mentioned on this last bullet for BOA, that also applies to Building and Standards Commission, if I'm not mistaken, in state statute.
Correct. That's a quasi judicial board.
I have a question. Did I interrupt someone?
Go ahead.
Oh, I've just a couple of questions. I thought it was 2, they could serve on 2 boards. Is it 1?
No, it's 2.
It's 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
The slide says 1 board, but that's the 2018 policy. It was amended in 2020 to allow 2 boards.
Okay, and so then my second question is, let's say that someone on one of these boards did not comply with the attendance rule as you described. Then does that need a city commission vote on an agenda item to remove them, or is it administrative because they didn't comply with the ordinance as we voted upon it?
Based on the particular board, but even in the policy itself that y'all adopted, it is automatic forfeiture of their position.
It doesn't need to be a city commission.
It doesn't need to be a city commission. The only action that city commission would require would be to appoint someone to fill that vacancy. That particular board member would be able to continue serving based on certain doctrines of holdover and de facto officer.
And then final question, if the last bullet point that says you can remove any board member at any time with or without that one, that would require a vote of the city commission?
Correct. If you want to remove a particular board member, it would require a vote.
We need to back up a second because you said something that I have concern with. You said the holdover doctrine would apply to someone who accumulated the 3 unexcused absences and automatically vacates the position, but they would still be allowed to continue coming to meetings and voting until such time as the commission replaces them?
Correct. The Texas Constitution allows the holdover provision to take care of that.
I thought that was more for somebody whose term expired, not someone who was vacating their term.
Well, it's different if you remove the person for cause, then that would not apply, the holdover provision. But if there's a forfeiture that it's automatic or an expired position, then that holdover doctrine serves to ensure that the board or the commission can continue running its business so that you don't have quorum issues.
And I understand that. My concern is, and to Dr. Gowan's point, is it should be something that's administrative, but that's not happening today. I think in getting the attendance records for several boards, we find several instances where there are 3 consecutive absences or more, or attendance records of missing more than 60% of meetings. But at no time has any administrative action occurred to remove them. At no time has staff come to the commission to say this has been vacated because of the absence rule. The commission can appoint. And in fact, what happens is those people ultimately show up for a meeting and it goes on business as usual, as if they did not vacate the position. And I think even today, we'll see some boards where it lists present board members, it's still going to show those who have excessive absences as a current board member on those boards. And I think that's why just leaving it to it's automatic, but there's nobody really enforcing it, that's a problem. And I think we created that same problem with PUB just recently, but we've been doing it here for years with boards.
So who would enforce that? Would that be your office, Will, or city manager's office, or who would?
It comes down to, that's a good question. It comes down to who oversees that particular board and commission. Every department has a liaison appointed to a board. For example, Ethics Commission, I would believe City Secretary and the City Attorney's Office shares that. But for example, Brownsville Beautification Committee, it's Parks. And so the particular liaison that's assigned to that board and commission would take the attendance. What I have seen, and I think this is a good compiling the information that was requested, which is a complete list of the boards and commissions and their attendance, I think was a good practice, a good exercise. Because it showed, when we come to you all, like you'll see later in the agenda for board appointments, when we have someone that has left off, their position or they're no longer able to serve because they've filled their 2 terms, you all get a spreadsheet like this that basically it's highlighted, who's expired, what their terms were, who they're appointed by. But I don't believe you've been provided attendance in the past, right? And your all's policy right now says you look at the 75%. If they've attended, then you can consider that in reappointing it. So I don't believe we've been giving you full information, but I think we've gone through the practice of the city secretary's office has reached out to all the department liaisons to get that information. It did take quite a bit of work, I would say, and they did compile it pretty quickly. So kudos to them. But I think it's something that can be continued now since we've already set up that current practice right now, the last couple of days.
So I think that maybe you guys should work on who will enforce that, because I don't like the idea of us voting on an ordinance and then needing that then created some oversight need, but then saying, okay, never mind, just bring it back to the commission. And it's not our role. Our role is to pass the ordinance and And if something else happens, that's fine. But if there is a particular department that is supposed to be following and enforcing this, then let's keep it where it belongs and not bring everything back to the city commission.
I
We
think,
can
I
do
think we
that.
all share that same consensus that we want to hold our boards accountable and have them better serve, right? I believe in, from my opinion, that we as a commission set the policy, and because we continue to see appointment after appointment that we don't have these things to hold them accountable, this is an opportunity for us to be able to amend the policy right now, so we can better have accountability on those boards for the city.
Yes, and we're happy to go back and do the proper enforcement of those. And also for awareness, maybe some of those boards and commissions are not aware of all these policies. So what we can do in their own next meetings, remind them of their policies, and if there's specific ones to specific boards because of bylaws, also remind them of the specificity of that particular board, I think is also appropriate. So we can, happy to go back and create that awareness, educate, and then say there's an enforcement, and we've, compiled all the information, and we need to then take appropriate action to ensure the commissions are properly, properly do what their bylaws are meant to do.
I think in addition to the attendance, as Will was stating, I noticed that on those rosters that they give us, the trainings also are on there, but they're never checked off. That is something that I would like for us also to consider when making appointments, is that they've completed their PIA and their TOMA trainings, so they can be in compliance and continue to serve on those boards. I believe this is a perfect time with the new commission body. We need to hold these boards accountable, and those are the people that we appointed, but again, to Commissioner Gowan's point, we don't want to just go in there and remove things. We want to be able to set up the policy to best support these. So that's what I like to see from this commission, is that we hold them from attendance and training as well, that we can hold them accountable for that.
And just from a day-to-day, or operational, how does the city keep track of all this? Is this the city secretary's office that is responsible of getting all this information and making sure that each board or commission is actually responding?
Yes, sir. The recording secretaries are responsible to collect all that information and provide us that information to our office. It is a working file that we provide them, and that's where they key in that information when it's being requested.
But they haven't been providing it on, after every meeting. They just provide it when they're asked for that information.
No, it's a working file.
So it's
Yes.
updated.
Yes.
After every meeting. So, okay,
After their meetings, monthly.
that's good.
To the commissioner's point is, we're recording it, but then there's the enforcement piece, right? To be able to remind them of that they can't have unexcused absences, and also there's enforcement with that, and that's something that we need to do.
I have one more quick point. And I've served prior to me getting elected on city boards, and I've become familiar with the process. And one of the things that I've seen, not just in the boards that I've served on, but others, that they can't make quorum sometimes. And a lot of these are advisory boards that we have for the city. Is there anything that we could do as a commission where we could allow for them? That's my concern there, that boards can't meet to conduct business because they lack quorum or because people don't participate. Can we somehow, as policy, rewrite the policy to allow for just advisory boards to conduct business, even if they don't have quorum? They don't decide on anything, they're just discussing, if you will. But that's something that maybe we can also explore.
And I think that's something that goes down to the department level. And I would encourage department heads out there, if you've got a board and you've got 3 diehards who are always there and 4 that never show up, listen to your 3. Get input from them, hear them out. And just like it would be if you had the entire board there and they made a recommendation, it's still advisory. And it's at the department's discretion whether or not to implement that. I would lend the same weight to if you've got 3 diehards who are always there, willing to serve, have suggestions and feedback for your department, take it into consideration. Don't say, well, sorry, since we don't have a quorum, I can't really accept any recommendations from you. That's something that, as far as I'm concerned, is within the discretion of the department and the department head. And I would encourage that because I hear the same complaint from citizens almost on a monthly basis where I get a text message, we didn't make quorum again this month. But the people that I've appointed continue to show up, but no business can be done. And in some cases, you've got it with boards that only meet quarterly. So now you're talking 6 months to 9 months between actual meetings because of a lack of quorum.
Well, these comments are really good because it will help us come back with some changes to the policy. Especially with advisory boards, they don't have to adhere to TOMA. There's other things they can do, post the agenda, invite the public, but they can still meet and have that discussion so they don't have to wait months before they have a quorum.
While we're talking about this, I think something else, because I think it came up, I've heard it before. Let's just say I've heard it before. Boards that fall under Chapter 38, like we've talked about, Building and Standards Commission, Board of Adjustment, BCIC, GBIC, PUB, things like that. I think we should start to consider a policy that requires those meetings be streamed. The public has a right to know what's going on. We're talking about millions of dollars. We're talking about taxpayer money or applying the law to people's rights. I think when they hold them to the higher standards already of Chapter 38, it makes sense that those meetings be televised, be streamed.
Would you do non-advisory boards or would you require all boards?
I'm not worried about I'm talking about non-advisory boards. Yeah, advisory boards, I'm not that overly concerned with, again, because it's at the department's discretion whether or not to do anything with it. But a board that has actual power, I think it's important that a record is made of those and that the public can go back and view those. I think on the city's YouTube channel is a good place to house those.
Okay, thank you. That's understood.
I do think that we've asked PUB to stream. Do we have any answers on that?
Yes, sir. We've asked them, and they stated that they'd consider it, but they have not come back stating that they would do that.
But this has
But we
been,
can,
Is that a TOMO requirement though?
this has been 14 months or so when we asked.
yes, I believe, I don't know, we have anybody from marketing from PUB, but my understanding is you can listen to it, but it's not,
I've tried that. It's very hard. You don't know who's speaking. You don't get the whole context of
Yes,
it.
sir.
I think it's important for us, if we can, to ask them nicely once again to stream it.
yes, and you all are gonna have a joint meeting between the PUB and the city of Brownsville in August, so that would also be an appropriate time, but we will not wait until then. We will make that known that you've requested this.
Please.
And I would like the city attorney's office to be ready in the event we encounter a board that says, no, we're not going to televise our meetings. I'd like you guys to have an opinion ready on whether or not the commission can compel that.
Okay, and I will say we do have a representative from the PUB here, Ms. Minor, and I believe she'll probably take those comments back to her board.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
In terms of the clarifications that are being requested here, are you going to bring that back at a later?
Yes, we'll have it ready for August 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Next item, we have presentations. City managers update.
Yes, Mayor and Commission, I just wanted to give a quick economic development update. Mayor Cowan and I were invited to meet with the headquarters of SpaceX, and it was a great meeting. It spoke to collaboration. As you know, they're expanding their production and manufacturing, not only at Starbase, but they've also stated that they have a really great collaboration with the city of Brownsville. They are all excited about the new Los Angeles route to the Hollywood Burbank Airport. I invite everybody to take that route. It's affordable, convenient. We saw a lot of families on the plane, so we see that it's not only a business, it's families and even babies, you know, crying the 3 hours on the way. What's also nice is that Avelo Airlines, when we want to invite the community to join us at our Brownsville Airport on September 8th, because that is the first inaugural flight to Las Vegas. So that will be a 3-hour and 20-minute flight. And the last time I checked, it was $168 round trip. But you'll be seeing a great bus. We're wrapping out there. Avelo Airlines is going to wrap a bus, Brownsville B Metro bus, and you're going to have a QR code and a code so that our citizens can get their discount. to the flights for your family and friends and for the community. So take advantage of that bus, look out for the bus and just really enjoy that flight. Also the Hollywood Burbank Airport has stated that their marketing staff, they want to market Brownsville as a destination. So not only us marketing the flights to Los Angeles, but they market all their destinations and you know, the wonderful events that we have will be marketed in Los Angeles as well, free of charge to us.
Just because I've got my marketing hat on at all times, will they be advertising that as Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport?
Yes, sir.
I think that would definitely catch more attention in California.
But they're excited about our taco trail, to tell you the truth.
Very good, very
you.
good. Whatever
Thank you.
draws them.
Thank you. That's all.
Next item, we have consent agenda items.
I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next, we have public hearings. Public hearing number 1, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-013 to rezone from residential single family to residential suburban for 2.048 acres of land in Block 39, Share 27, El Jardín subdivision located at 290 North Central Avenue.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Martin Vega with the Planning Department. So this item is, the proposed use will be for a duplex subdivision. The current zoning is residential single family, and the proposed zoning is residential suburban. It is fronting North Central Avenue. To provide a little bit of history, last City Commission meeting, this item was on the agenda. It was requested to be placed on this meeting, so we're here presenting it. There were 200, this is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 45 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is the zoning map. Residential single-family zoning is what predominates, but there is also multifamily zoning directly to the east. There's some to the southwest and commercial corridor to the south. This is another aerial view. And as you can see, directly abutting to the east, there is a large multifamily complex. There is some single-family homes, some undeveloped land, some churches surrounding the area, and also another multifamily development to the southeast. And when presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission, P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone from residential single family to residential suburban.
I have a question.
Yes,
Were those mailouts sent in English or in Spanish?
both.
And how long ago were they sent?
They're always sent by state law at least 10 days before the meeting. They're sent, we usually send them out about 17 days before.
Thank you for answering those questions. I just am a little concerned in reference to it being predominantly residential single-family homes and changing it over sometimes when it comes down to duplexes or multi-family homes. It could increase density, causing congestion, parking issues, as well as changing the character of quiet neighborhoods, and that can also affect the livelihood of neighbors around the area. And as well as, does this affect property values into the residential?
I would not be able to answer that question. We don't look at property values.
Okay, I was just a quick question. I just want to take all things into consideration as this is affecting the people that have been living there for 20 to 30 years. Aside from mailouts, did you guys do any phone calls or block walk to homes to reach out, taking into consideration that people work, they're busy? I'm not sure how this mailout would look, but I would definitely like to see that, just to ensure that we're sending out proper communication and it's easy enough for residents to know, because how would they know what's the difference between R1 to R2?
Right, so just to give you a little bit of insight on our mailouts, it is in English and Spanish. We do outline the dates of the meeting for the Planning and Zoning Commission and then the first reading for City Commission. We give a description about the case. We provide the legal description of the property, the address, so that they know where it's located. On the reverse side of the mail out, we do have a map that shows the exact location. It does show the property that's going to be rezoned, but also it shows the 200-foot buffer that's required by state law for us to send out those mailouts. So we do comply with the state law. We send them out to everyone that falls within that 200-foot buffer. And this is actually the map that is placed on the reverse side of.
Commissioner, when we see opposition, we also have in the past, like if we have a concern from citizens, we have had community meetings with the neighborhoods. So in this case, if there is opposition or people calling, staff will go out, and sometimes you can bring an agreement between the developer and residents, sometimes you can't, but staff has in the past gone out and have community meetings. And if the commission feels that we need to have a community meeting there, we're happy to do that as well.
Thank you so much for answering all my questions. I do understand the pros and cons. However, I would like to take that suggestion and coordinate a city meeting with the neighborhood before we do this, because once we start building on there is no taking back. I have gotten a lot of concerns and complaints of citizens or that live in District 2, where they see a lot of rezoning of their areas. And when they initially moved there, they wanted quiet neighborhoods. And then all of a sudden they rezone it for business. And now there's an oil company right next to it. So I just want to ensure that this is being communicated. Could we go ahead and look at this at a later time? Like I mentioned, once we do this, we can't take it back. So I just want to make sure that the citizens are well aware. And if I can have the city support in coordinating a city meeting, I mean, not a city meeting, but a community meeting, just to ensure that they are fine with it. And if they're fine with it, then by all means, I want to ensure that I'm best representing our area as I am the commissioner of that district. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to add, I think there's been a trend of people building duplexes in Brownsville. I think there's a big need for affordable housing, and due to construction prices being elevated, they have to build smaller, denser units, right? And so it does cause, concerns from communities, right, and neighborhoods. Like I hear it too, there's, too many duplexes. It increases the, congestion, and it changes the profile of single family communities, right? And so I think that's something that we need to figure out a plan forward or best practices on how to develop these type of properties, because this is a unique tract as well, right? It's very long.
Right.
And so you can only do so much with that. So I think coming up with best practices or ideas to improve these type of developments so that they're beneficial for everyone.
And Martin, I don't know if there's specific development standards that they'd have to adhere to with regard to being adjacent to a single family detached, or what are the development standards that, we've changed some to have improved aesthetics, and they have to meet the parking standards.
So originally they wanted to do multifamily. So it would be a much higher density. Multifamily zoning would be required to have residential adjacency standards, especially when abutting single family residences. Typically, the requirement is that there be a 40-foot buffer between the structures and the property line. But in this case, they decided to compromise on greatly reducing the density and doing duplex lots. So they're actually going to be subdividing this parcel into multiple lots to be able to be considered as residential, because a duplex lot is still considered residential. It's not considered multifamily. And therefore, the residential adjacency requirements wouldn't apply because they've compromised on reducing the density that they could have had with the multifamily zoning. So based on preliminary plans that they have shown to us, rather than having, because originally they're proposing, I believe, a little bit over 30 units. Right now, they're only going to be having, I believe, 10 duplex lots. So I believe the developer is here. Perhaps they can provide a little bit more insight, but that would be the difference between the duplex subdivision and the multifamily development.
And Martin, if I recall correctly in the packet, there was no written or verbal opposition to this, correct?
That is correct.
And for both either city manager's office or your department, I believe our next regularly scheduled get-together is a workshop, not a meeting, correct? A work session?
That's
July
correct.
25th?
Yeah, our next regular scheduled meeting will be in August.
Okay,
Or
the
it's
next,
August 1st, sir.
okay.
Mhm.
And the reason I'm asking that is because in consideration for what Commissioner Macias was asking is, I know we've already tabled this once before.
Right.
And this would only be the first reading, correct?
That is correct.
So this would still have to come back for a second reading, which means that the earliest the second reading wouldn't happen before August. So I think that gives, if there's any residents that have any opposition, that gives them ample time to get together and send in that opposition rather than considering tabling this again. I'd encourage us moving it forward. And then if there's opposition that comes up between now and then, we can consider that at that time at second reading.
So for now, I would like to ask the developer as well as you, maybe we can schedule a meeting. I don't mind block walking over to those 45 households to leave them an invitation to go ahead and meet with us and see if they have any questions. And as I mentioned, if they're for it, then we can go ahead and go along with this. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be living there and they're the ones that are going to have to will deal with those circumstances. So for now, I'm going to make a motion to table.
Well,
Yeah,
do we
it's a public hearing.
We have a
yeah,
public
just a
hearing.
reminder, we're in a continued public hearing.
Is there any other further? Well,
You can make the motion. A motion to table is always in order.
yeah, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? Right, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Move to
the public
close
hearing.
public hearing.
All right, we have a motion.
Second, the
and a
motion to
and a
close.
second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, public hearing closed. All right, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
There's a motion to table we still need to consider.
We have a motion to table. We
Second,
have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like to discuss this. I don't think it's appropriate to table for the reasons I just mentioned. I think there's already been 3 weeks since our last meeting, which has been time, one, from the mailer, there was time for people to voice objection and opinion at planning and zoning. That hasn't happened. There was time for them to come and voice their objections at the first meeting where this was on the agenda. That hasn't happened. And now 3 weeks later, here we are back again. And again, there's still no opposition. So this has been a month and a half, at least, if not 2 months, that this has been a pending item and there's been zero opposition. And again, we're still going to allow until August now, which is our next regular meeting, which is second reading, and we could yank it if we want to, if there's opposition. But I don't see any reason to delay it further. My other concern, and I'm not opposed to block walking and making sure those residents are aware, I'd be concerned with the city setting a precedent. Because what happens the next time you don't block walk and you don't go door to door and somebody files an injunction and a judge says, well, the city set a precedent of notifying not just by mailer or not just by newspaper, but by going door to door, why aren't you doing it in this case? So I'd be very, very cautious of that.
so Helen, is it possible to add this item to the July, say, 25th?
That's not, it's not an official meeting, Commissioner. It's just a work session.
But you can't add an item, like one item?
I think we would have to create a meeting and say that's not an official meeting. And it's not on the agenda to create that official meeting,
So
unless
can-
we had a special meeting to create that meeting.
So we can have a work session with quorum and not have to post it as a meeting?
Yes,
It's posted.
it's posted, but as a work session. It's not an official city meeting. It's a work session.
But because we'll have the majority of you all here for the work session, you could, two commissioners or the mayor, call a special called meeting and we can have them back to back. To have the workshop.
Yeah, okay,
close,
we
and then-
can do a special call meeting for that.
This was really always very confusing when I first got here. So I totally get what you're saying. And if people directly complain to you, I agree, you want to listen to them. We can pass this and there is time to still have your meeting that you're talking about and make sure in your heart that everything, and in their hearts that everything is fine and not delay the process. That's what Commissioner De Los Santos is saying, because this type of thing has to go through 2 readings. We have to vote on it today, but it's not official or final until we vote it on the second time in August. So we can pass it, still have your meeting with staff's help, and still have
Can't
the
hear?
second read if appropriate.
Oh, they can't hear you, Commissioner, you got it.
Well, she can hear me.
And we
Do
can
you
make
understand?
any changes or we can deny it at the second meeting.
Yes.
So that's,
Which is this- if we deny it at the second meeting, it goes away. It's denied.
Okay. But throughout that time, I'll definitely get,
So I think what we're.
Pardon, I have a broken ankle and I can't get any closer to the microphone, so I apologize.
okay, so what
I'll
I,
do my
I'm
best.
going to go ahead and, I would like to meet after this as the developer as well as you, so we can go ahead and coordinate that. I just want to ensure, something that I hear a lot is that people are unaware, and I'm going to do everything in my power to be best representation, ensure that there's communication there. And so I just want to make sure, and like I said, once we pass this, we can't take it back. The ones that are going to have to live with it are the people around that area, and I represent them. So it comes with a lot of care. So those are my comments. We can go ahead and move along.
So we have to, there's a motion and a
There's a-
second
yeah.
to table, so you've got to call for a vote on tabling.
Unless you want to withdraw your motion to
You can
table.
I'll go ahead and withdraw.
I'll move to approve.
we
Second,
have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
I move to approve.
No, it's already approved. We just did that.
No, you're approving.
No,
this.
we got to approve.
You just.
We did. No, she withdrew.
Oh,
it.
okay.
She withdrew it.
We're good? We good?
You're good.
Okay.
Next item, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2022-235.102 to amend the Unified Development Code, Section 5.3, signs and dealing with related matters, as shown on Exhibit A.
So to provide some background on this ordinance, this is an ordinance related to signage. So this item was presented originally at City Commission on December 6th of last year. At that time, we were asked to revise the ordinance, and once again, it was presented as a work session item on May 16th of this year. The most recent presentation was on June 6th, again of this year, and it was tabled at first reading. At that particular meeting, staff was asked to provide data or an inventory of the signage that exists around the city. And so for this task, I do first want to thank our staff because a lot of effort was put into it. We had 10 employees deployed for a period of 2.5 weeks. We were out there from June 7th to June 23rd, collecting and geolocating the different signs on major thoroughfares. And we do have a map that we will show further into the presentation of what staff found. Aside from taking the inventory, there has been over 75 hours of GIS development put into this item. So I would like to thank all the staff members who took part in this. So the purpose of this ordinance is to establish a new framework for permissibility for different types of signs. Specifically, today, we will specifically be speaking about billboard signs, but also in the previous meetings, we have talked about pylon signs and monument signs. And these signs are allowed based on the road type, so primary thoroughfares, secondary thoroughfares, or even highways. And it's also based on the zoning district. Depending on the zoning district is what determines the land use intensity and therefore results in the type of sign that is required for advertisement. To provide more history, and since we're going to be speaking specifically on billboard signs, there is a final judgment or an agreement between the city and sign company. There is an agreement between the city and Lamar Sign Company, which was signed on November 21st of 2008. From that agreement, a sign ordinance resulted, ordinance number 2008, dash 1452 dash C, which basically outlined the requirements for the installation of new billboard signs. And so that new ordinance was used to reflect in the UDC when it was drafted the current regulations that exist. And so resulting from that ordinance, the implementation for these regulations started in 2009. So the first requirement was the removal of 3 signs to be able to establish 1 new sign. So 3 new signs had to be taken down to put up 1 new one. And that's what we're removing with the adoption or the proposal of this ordinance. The billboards would now be allowed in the following zoning districts, in agriculture and traditional neighborhood corridor, commercial corridor, regional center, light industrial, and heavy industrial. And it would all be done along major thoroughfares and highways. And of course, if these thoroughfares are under the jurisdiction of the state, they would be subject to textile regulations. So the minimum area for these signs, or the proposed minimum area would be 32 square feet. The maximum area would be 700 square feet per side. The maximum elevation would be 75 feet with a 20% administrative discretion. And the maximum number of signs would be 1 per property frontage on highway or major arterial. The spacing at the previous meeting where this item was presented was established at 1 mile for the smaller type of billboards, and for the larger ones, it was 2 miles. But based on the data that we've collected and what we're going to show with our map, we will be asking the commission for their input. And for permitted illumination, we would be allowing floodlights, scenery illumination, optic fibers, hologram, changeable copies, also subject to the regulation of the state. So from the sign inventory, we did gather that there are 110 off-premise signs throughout the city on major thoroughfares. Pylon signs, which is everything in between for all the different businesses that exist, again, on major thoroughfares, we found 1,090 signs. And the total signage along the major thoroughfares, both billboard and pylon, is 1,200 signs. So we will be shifting over to the map. Okay. So this is a map that was generated. As mentioned, there was a count of 110. And as you can see, these are all the signs that are distributed throughout the city on major thoroughfares. They do have different sizes. So ranging all the way from 32 square feet all the way to the biggest ones that are over 600 square feet. But so you can have a context of everything that's in between. We have the geolocation for all of the pylon signs that exist in the city as well. So as you can see, the map is very densely populated.
Martin, that's all the signs? This one is all the signs?
This one is all the signs, yes.
Are they all owned by the same company?
No. As I mentioned, 110 of these signs out of the 1,200 are off-premise signs. They're the billboards. They're owned by different companies.
The other ones are all business signs.
All the other ones, the 11 or 1,090 signs that remain, are all business signs, let's say for banks, Walmart, Home Depot, et cetera. Those are the pylon signs that are in between these billboard signs. So just as an example, we're able to zoom in into the map to a familiar thoroughfare, Morrison, for example, Morrison and Pablo Quisel, and we can click on a particular point, and we have the geolocation, and we also have the picture of the sign that's located at that particular site.
Martin, does that also, when you're considering like distance between them, if it crosses the expressway, is that still the same distance if something was on the same side of the expressway?
Yes, so the distance between the signs is measured along the same thoroughfare. So let's say we're on Morrison Road, if we're on the north side of Morrison Road, well, it would be measured 1 mile. I mean, using the parameters that were proposed at the previous meeting, it would be 1 mile from that sign either way on the same side of that thoroughfare. So we were able to collect all these geolocations for the different signs throughout the city. Finding the actual distance or the amount of opportunities that would result from the different types of spacing, that is still a work in progress. It requires a lot more time and actually calculating distances because the GIS software does have its limitations. So based on the data that was provided, we can go ahead and move forward with what we had presented at the last meeting, or we can have additional input from the commission, or we can continue doing the study, finding the different distance parameters, let's say at every quarter mile, every eighth of a mile, and so forth, to determine what would be the best fit for the city.
Martin, can you show us that map again with just off-premise signs?
Yes.
And do we have anything, oh, I'm sure there'll be a legend on here that shows the distances. Okay.
Martin, of all those dots, are all of them a mile apart?
No, right now, we do not have a map that shows the actual distances because that's what it was mentioned. It's a work in progress. We would need additional time to have exact locations and different intervals.
Yeah, if I could add, Martin, we wanted to collect all the information so that we can give you the data and show that we've collected that information. Because that was one of the questions with regard in the last work session you all had, there was a question between the 1 mile appropriateness of small billboards and possible 2 mile appropriateness of distance between larger billboards. But we wanted to come back to show you what we all have already approved so you can take that into consideration.
And to add some additional context, the two billboards, or the two closest ones that we found in the city, they're only 110 feet apart. So.
Which one is that?
They're actually about a mile south of Price Road, on the frontage road, on the north frontage road. It'd be in front of Lesama Lumber or Renton.
Okay.
That property has two billboard signs. They're about 110 feet away from each other.
Okay, I know which ones.
Helen, have we made any progress on code enforcement officer for the city?
Yes, we have a,
Go ahead.
no, I mean, that's planning department. I'll
Yes.
go ahead and.
Yes, we do have a candidate. We will be trying to move forward as soon as possible so that we can begin educating the public, letting them know proper sign etiquette and, eventually, the enforcement, but obviously with education first.
That's something just to keep on our radars is enforcement and also maintenance of those signs for them to upkeep as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank
We, and I would clarify that if we do receive complaints on a sign, we do enforce that complaint and go visit. It's just, in terms of, one of the main goals of this code enforcement officer will be educating the public and educating businesses on sign code, because they're not accustomed to that. So I think that was the feedback that we saw. Then from education is enforcement. But, you know, that'll be one of the first things at the code enforcement. And it looks like we found someone, so we'll be going forward with that. So that's good news.
Martin,
And that was
hi.
a new position that you all approved in your budget amendment.
Martin, hi, I'm new. So you said that there were three things that we could do here at the end, right? Like at the
Yes.
end, you said that we had three options. You said
Right.
either,
So based on the data that we provided or that staff was able to collect, three things can be done is to leave the ordinance as is, adopt the parameters that were proposed at the previous meeting, which is the 2 and the 1 mile, or continue working on the spacing intervals to determine what the best fit would be.
And I'm sorry, but that's not correct. Those are not our only options. The commission has the latitude to change the 2 miles and 1 mile and set any parameters we want. We're the decision-making body.
sure. So you, for your option 3 would be to continue working in order for you.
Right, option 3 would be you guys determining what you want to do as far as the spacing based on additional data being collected.
You don't
in
have
the
all the
sense of
data.
intervals.
You're saying you don't have all the data.
Right, because of additional calculations need to be made using the software.
Thank you.
I would like to make the decision based on you feeling comfortable with the data. I don't like making decisions without complete data, and I don't like making arbitrary decisions, especially for something that I believe is important. Sign pollution is important to avoid for our city as well as others. So I would like you to continue to collect the data and continue to present it to us, especially best practices in cities of similar size, type. I don't know how you describe it, but if you feel you need more data, I feel I need more data.
Let me comment on that. And I don't disagree that more data is better, but let's remember the only reason we have this data is because we asked for it. The recommendation from staff was to pass an ordinance with 2 miles and 1 mile limitations. And when we asked how many new signs would that allow, the answer was 0. It would have done nothing. And it's only because the commission asked for additional data that we now have this. But 1, it's already been several weeks. 2, we didn't table this. This was passed at the last meeting. And now it's being re-advertised as a first reading in a public hearing. That's a concern because now we're going to delay this process again even further. When it was passed the first time, we asked for additional data to come back in 2 weeks. Those 2 weeks later, staff asked for additional time. That pushed us to today, so it's now been 5 weeks. And now we're back at a first reading.
I would add, Commissioner, that I don't know that I think we tabled the public
We
hearing.
did not table it.
No? Okay. Will, you don't remember? I don't think we did. We didn't have a public.
No, we didn't table at the public hearing. It was approved on June 6th.
Oh, okay, okay. Martin,
And it was under the auspices of, at second reading, once we have more data, we can make the adjustments that we deem appropriate. And that's where we should be today.
yes, sir, I'm understanding. I would ask Martin, did you identify what additional signage? Because one of the questions that have been unanswered is what are the additional billboards or signage? I think staff can answer that.
What is it? Can you ask a question?
Given the 2 mile and the 1 mile,
Can we add any signs on Expressway?
We cannot give an exact answer at this time because like I said, we would need additional calculation. There was limitations on the software, but what we can tell you is that it's very limited. It's not zero, but it's limited.
On the expressway at 2 miles, you're saying it's not zero today?
It's not zero.
Well, it's not zero past.
North, for example, north of Alton Glore.
Okay, past Alton Glore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but from Alton Glore to International, you're not gonna be able to add anything. 2 miles.
What's the timeline in which we have to
There isn't one.
make a decision here?
There's no timeline.
Okay, so there's no rush.
There's no
Can we
rush.
take our time with this? Because once we do that, we can't take it back.
No, we can always take it back. That's the thing is, this was taken back before. Before there was, for lack of a better term, because I've heard this expression before, it was like open kimono. Anybody could put up a billboard and charge people to advertise on their billboard. And then at some point, the city said, we think we've got too many billboards, and we passed new laws. And then there was litigation, and then there was new laws passed, and that's where it's now, you have to take down 3 to put up 1. But all of the 3 that would have to come down are owned by one company. So if you and your husband want to put up a billboard tomorrow, you can't. Unless you get another company who's your competitor to sell you 3 of their billboards. There's no competition today. But we can change the law at any time. We're the decision-making body. If we pass this today, we can change it again at the next meeting. And we could change it again the meeting after that, and the meeting after that, as long as we're doing first and second reading. It's not, once it's done, we can never take it back. We're not rezoning anything. So this can always be done, undone, changed, and changed again.
And I just asked, out of 110 signs, you mentioned that it's not owned by all by one person. There's multiple individuals that own these signs?
No, you said of the 1,200. There's about 1,090 that are owned by businesses. The others are most of these billboards, correct?
Right. Now, there are some billboard style signs, for example, that banks use that weren't done by the primary company within the
It's
city.
probably a handful
Right. It's
out of the 110.
But of the off-premise, there were about 110, you said like 3 or 4 were privately owned, and the other 100 and some are owned by one company.
No, I think that was during public comment.
Oh,
He
that
didn't
was
say
public
that.
comment, okay.
Yeah, he didn't say that.
What we can do, Commissioner, is a special meeting was brought up to have it on July 27th. If the commission would like, we can identify that as a special meeting and it can be a regular meeting rather than a work session. And I'm just saying, I don't know that. I'm just
And I have
saying
no
it's a fact-
objection to that. The thing is, will we have the data? Because I expected it today. Well, I expected it 3 weeks ago, and we were asked for more time. Here we are 3 weeks later, we still don't have exactly what we're looking for. So that would be my question. If we say the 27th, or even if we said August 1st, will we have the data?
Yes, well, we would need to have that commitment, Martin, to have the data.
Is it possible to have it? Do you think?
I have another
Truthfully.
question. You said that the distance, I'm very concerned about the distance because I don't like sign pollution. And neither does the Brownsville Beautification Committee, who I heard, and Amanda's in the audience, we heard a lot about this at our last 2 meetings. So you said that on the north side of Morrison, that thoroughfare, in either direction, it was 1 mile, if I heard you correctly, that you couldn't put another billboard,
A hypothetical example, yeah.
hypothetically. But that doesn't govern the southern, the other
Right.
side of the
Right.
Morrison Road. So that kind of bugs me because even though you're restricted on one side, you could still have a bunch of signs on
No.
the other side.
No, what he's saying, it's a
measured-
straight line is what he's saying.
It's measured on that exclusive side, on the northern side.
But the other
southern
side,
side is an independent measurement.
it'll be measured.
So they could be closer together?
So, for example, if you have one sign in front of Target on
Okay.
Morrison, and on the southern side, you do not have a sign in front of Target, and there's enough distance either way, let's say a mile or 2 miles, you would be able to place a sign there
On the
Even-
northern side?
on the southern side, because there's not a sign existing within that spacing requirement.
Okay, so the measurement, I just don't want somebody to say, okay, but I'm not putting it on the northern side, I'm putting it on the southern side, so I can put like double the number of signs. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what I'm saying? Anyway, I still have other questions as well. But thank you for your presentation, and I would like more data.
No, I know.
was a public hearing.
So this is a public hearing. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? Gentlemen. Good evening. Can you please say your name and you have, you don't have a time limit on this.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
My name is Ronald F. Kibler, and first of all, I want to thank the mayor and the commission for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here today representing Lamar Advertising, the company everybody seems to be kind of talking about and throwing a lot of numbers around. So hopefully I can give a little bit of input today to help everybody. We actually have about 101 of those 110 signs that are out there that are actually Lamar Advertising. And I've heard a little bit today, there was a prior speaker during public hearing that mentioned, well, the word monopoly. And actually, Lamar has been in business for about 120 years. We've been in Brownsville for about 50 years. And in the early 2000s, we came in and we spent a lot of money, millions and millions of dollars. And we actually consolidated this market from an outdoor advertising standpoint. We paid for all those signs and paid for our market position. That's the reason why we're in the position we are today. So we built some of those signs, yes, we did, but we also consolidated. And since 2004, in our peak, in about 2004 was our peak, and we had about 180 signs in this market. And through the replacement ordinances that everybody's been talking about tonight, we are now down to that 101. So you can see there's a lot less proliferation of signage. The replacement ordinance has been working. And I'd like to say a little bit about the replacement ordinances too. Replacement ordinances are very common in our industry. They're very, very common in a lot of the cities, even here in Texas, more or less outside of Texas. They've been challenged. You know, people have tried to challenge them from a legality standpoint, and they've all survived. So it is a survivable ordinance. And it normally is in markets where you have a larger footprint with one particular company. But those companies, and there's been a lot of mergers and acquisitions in my industry. Like I was telling you, we're the largest in the United States. We've been in business for 120 plus years. But we grow through acquisitions, and anyone can come in and acquire signs within a market. So in theory, people are not locked out. You just have to come in and pay for the assets. Now, earlier, some people were also talking about rates because of no competition. It's not the competition that dictates the rate. What dictates the rate is the supply and demand. And I can actually provide information to staff and others that will show that even some markets where there's 6, 7, 10 competitors, like in Dallas, for instance, because of the demand for the number of boards that they have in the market, even with 10 competitors, their advertising dollars about 5 or 6 times as expensive as it is here in Brownsville. And Brownsville is very, very comparable to Victoria, Corpus Christi, McAllen, and other similar sized cities. And I've got all those, are all published rate cards, are all on the web. So I'll be glad to provide those. Yesterday, I had the good fortune of meeting with the city manager, also met with the city attorney, and we actually got looped in on this, and also met with staff. I can tell you, I think they're going down a good road. It was a very productive meeting. I felt it was very productive. I do think there needs to be some tweaking, but there can be some tweaking that we can continue to provide a good product, a very valued product in this marketplace. We touch almost every business in town. You know, our rates are anywhere from $160 for a very small budget to about $3,500 a month, depending upon what billboard you buy. And I think there is some workable ground that we can find a good place to land on with this particular issue where the majority of everybody can be happy. We can continue to supply a great product to our advertisers. We can continue to meet the city's needs, you know, with not too much proliferation. I agree with that. And also, you know, meet the needs of all the community and make sure that we're doing the right thing. So I think there is common ground for that. And I'm willing to work with staff, as the city manager knows, in the near future to continue to work on this project. So thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
Thank
Any
you.
questions or anything I can assist you with? Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? All right, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Move to
public
close
hearing.
public comment.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And council, I think we have a question then. Is this something we can take action on? Are we taking action as a first reading or a second reading? Where are we?
So you've taken action already on June 6th. I would argue you cannot take action today to approve it. What I would recommend is tabling it until either the special call meeting or August 1st. Which, to put my 2 cents in, will allow staff time to compile the information that you all seek, and also so we can get the stakeholders' information in as well, incorporate that.
The work session's the 25th. I think in the interest of allowing for more time, I'd rather we consider tabling this then until August 1st. I don't think there's a need to rush it if we're going to wait for data anyway. Let's give more time rather than less.
Motion to table.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not,
I
all
do have just one more question,
Sure.
sorry. And this is in regards to legal. So Will, for you, let's say that we approve this and now other companies come in and they start putting up signs. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the new commission decides that they would like to change the city ordinance on signs and say, hey, this has created too much clutter around. We want to go ahead and remove and change it. From a legal standpoint, will the city have, will they be under scrutiny in regards to being sued? How would that work? I'm just thinking not only about tomorrow or next month, I'm thinking about years ahead where I will still be living here in Bronzeville.
Sure. No, look, likewise, hope to still be here. But to answer your question, and I know there's a motion on the table and you're all need to take a vote, but to answer your question, assuming we adopt regulations that change, and 10 years from now, the other commission adopts regulations, within that time frame, let's say it's 10 years, those signs that would have fallen under that particular ordinance would be grandfathered in under the new updated law, let's say in 2020, whatever. So those signs would be grandfathered in. Any changes would then be applicable to new signs, right? Or signs that get removed. As far as lawsuits, we could, of course, get sued. And that's what happened the last time when we adopted the prior changes to what this is amending. And so it's always a possibility, right? We go into it, but by taking the time to talk to the different stakeholders, I think you can kind of mitigate some of that.
So the new signs that are implemented will be grandfathered in if the new city commission decides
Correct.
to change that.
Yeah,
Okay.
those signs would be
Thank you.
grandfathered in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Item table.
Public hearing number 3, public hearing in action on resolution number 2023-086 for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Local Park Grant Program, a resolution authorizing the application for a 50-50 matching grant certifying that the city of Brownsville is eligible to receive program assistance, certifying that the applicant's matching share is readily available, and dedicating the proposed La Posada Park site for a permanent public park and recreational uses.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commission. This application, this is a resolution to authorize just the application for the outdoor grant through the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. A little brief history is that on November 1st, 2022, the commission was presented through the Parks Advisory Board and our Parks Department the community engagement results for La Posada Park. We had done 282 online surveys. That was from June 2022 through August 2022. And in addition, on August 11th, we had an in-person on-site community engagement. And from there, we presented those results to the City Commission, in which they went forth with creating the La Posada Task Force.
And that was created on January 26, 2023, and with the final appointments in the March 21st and April 18th. So the first meeting that the task force had was in May, and they were assigned 5 tasks, which was to finalize the proposed amenities that the public had said that they liked, establish a budget or change the proposed budget that the Megamorphosis had estimated, research and seek funding sources, and determine an annual maintenance and operation cost for that park should the project go through. And then, of course, finally present the findings to the commission by September 1st. Online, I do have Ms. Eva Garcia. She is a Parks Advisory Board Chair and also a task force member. And so I just wanted to bring our new commissioners up to speed on that timeline. And so this meets the task for research and seeking funding sources. This would be a $750,000 matching grant. It does not, and this only goes if Texas Parks and Wildlife, of course, awards us the funds for this project. So it would earmark some positions for our match as through the budget process this year. And so this resolution just designates certain officials to be responsible and act on behalf for the local park grant program. And we just have to make sure that we are eligible to receive program assistance. We confirm that we are eligible, that the applicant matching share is readily available. We have been working with City Management Office and Finance Department. And should the commission approve this, then we'll allocate those funds. And then also what would be required is that La Posada Park be a permanent park for in perpetuity. And so, of course, there's always ways to change that. So if you're familiar with the Lincoln Park move, that was, it was successfully moved for the right of way of the 77 that came through, but there's mitigations that we would have to go through. And so it would require that perpetuity for recreational uses. And then just, we're just certifying that we're eligible to receive assistance, certifies the matching share, assigns the Parks and Recreation Department Director, which is myself, and that will dedicate the use. This is in accordance with the La Posada Task Force. They have discussed this grant, and Ms. Eva is working on the grant with me in order to get that done. The grant deadline is due. They moved up their timeline August 1st. So we had to have a public hearing in accordance with our local public hearing laws to apply for this grant. Any questions?
I have questions. Is this a competitive grant? Are we competing against other cities or regions?
It is a competitive grant through Texas Parks and Wildlife. They do have, they are zoned. Let me go back to the first picture. So you can see on the map where we're zone 8. So they typically try to award equitably amongst the state, but yes, it is competitive.
So it's my understanding they're required to award equitably throughout the state.
Yes.
And they've snaked out on that at least once in my lifetime for a project that we had many years ago. So I would make sure you make them aware that you know about this rule.
Yes.
And that we expect to be treated equitably region-wise, because I wouldn't want us to lose out on it because of that.
Yes, they have
And I'm
awarded.
Texas Parks and Wildlife, so I don't mean to throw them under the bus, but it happened.
It
And
does.
so I'm cautious to protect our grant dollars and opportunities.
Absolutely, yes.
Not a question, but a quick comment. Just thank you all for engaging the community. I've seen the great response that we had with the survey, and I grew up in that neighborhood in La Posada. So it's very, very close to heart for me that to see something of this magnitude grow within the neighborhood. That whole area is very, very excited. So thank you all.
You're quite welcome. It's our pleasure. This is a public hearing.
Yeah, I have a question on the matching funds. So
Certainly.
you're saying that will that be budgeted for this?
We would budget it through this budget process for that, and then we would align it to for when the year it's due so that we don't encumber monies too soon. So we want to make sure that we're properly budgeting our finances.
Great,
So what we're doing this year, and as the budget comes to you, and we've talked to the subcommittee about this, is in the past, we didn't create a contingency fund for grants with matching funds. And then this year, to be proactive, rather than trying to use mid-budget amendment to fund matching funds, we're going to recommend to the mayor and city commission to have kind of a contingency fund. You never know what grants you're going to apply for through the year. We're asking directors to have a probability of approval of grants so that we can, be proactive in setting that money aside and just in case, rather than trying to find sources, midway or at the end of a process, of a budgetary process. So you're going to see that as part of your budget when it comes to you.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Are we going to see any final product? One of the tasks that was given to the task force was to finalize amenities.
Correct.
Are we going to see that before it's finalized? or-
Yes,
Okay.
so they've been working diligently and they have the next meeting this Friday. So we do have it published. It is available online if anybody wants to join online or in person at La Plaza, City Plaza, sorry. And it's at noon. But they're going through the amenities and that is a item that they're discussing at this meeting this Friday.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this item? All right, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All right, we have
Second.
a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Next item, we have items for individual consideration. Item number 1, consideration and action on an agreement with Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation accepting airport debt payment assistance.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Delmore. I'm the CFO with the city and happy to be here. We have a very positive agenda item. 5 years ago, when the airport construction was begun, it was realized that in order to meet operating expenses and debt, that 4 requirements would be necessary to fund it. And those 4 requirements were operating cash flow from the airport, 2 PFC fees, which are passenger fees that are added to the tickets. And then 3 and 4 was cooperation and contributions from GBIC and BCIC. And the airport construction began 5 years ago. And 2 years after that, the airport opened up. And the limits of their contributions end in August of this year. And about a month ago, we had a successful re-up, if you will, from GBIC with their contribution at $944,000 per year. And 2 weeks ago, we went to the BCIC board and presented, had some very tough questions, but we got a unanimous vote for approval to re-up their contribution at $365,000 a year. And that agreement mirrors what GBIC did. It's for 4 years with an option to renew for 1 year, for 3 more years, for a total of 7. And so we're very grateful to present this to you tonight. And what it does for us is rather significant. The $365,000 allows for the borrowing capacity of the city to be up a little bit over $1 million of what it would be without it. And we think that will help us on the CO bond that was just approved a few weeks ago in their bond ratings. We go in front of Moody's and Standard & Poor's in 2 weeks to see how we measure up with our bond rating to see if we improve. And not only do we get the commitments from GBIC and BCIC, but when we go in front of the bond committee, we have a 3-pronged approach. We're going to have the mayor present, we're going to have Helen present, and then myself is going to present the technical questions. And we think with that approach, with our approved finances, that we'll do well. Today, we actually presented or had 6 bond underwriters present to us about that bond offering. We're only going to choose 3 of them. And we had a very favorable reaction. We told them about the city's growth, property tax growth, economic development. So I can't wait to get in front of the bond committee in 2 weeks and see how we do. But tonight, we're very happy for the cooperation from our neighbor, BCIC and their board and their CEO and their contribution to the city. So we present this to you with full hope that you'll approve it because it's in our best interest.
I would just like to recognize Mike Delmar, our CFO, we had pre-meetings with the board to just at least educate some of the board members. We also had the airport offered tours to both GBIC and BCIC to really for awareness of what they're doing at our airport and understanding that it's a regional asset to our community and to our business community. And so when we talk about One City, we talk about that collaboration and partnership that we have with our both economic development corporations and appreciate them. Thank you.
If I may add to that, our financial advisor, who's been on this account for 31 years, said to Helen, I've never in 31 years seen such cooperation between the city and the two units and have it done so quickly and efficiently. So I thought hats off to the city manager for making this happen.
Great. Thank you, guys. This is obviously great news, and I want to thank BCIC and their board for their cooperation and having that team approach, right, to making sure our city's on sound financial footing and our airport as well, right? So any other questions, comments?
I'll move to approve.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Also opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion approved. Thank you.
And just for the minutes, did want to say that Councilmember Commissioner Macias will be abstaining since she serves on BCIC.
Okay.
Not in a role as a commissioner.
Gotcha.
Item number 2, consideration and action to approve a contract for depository services for up to 5 years with one of the following banks listed in alphabetical order: JP Morgan Chase, Lone Star National Bank, Plains Capital Bank, PNC Bank, and/or Texas Regional Bank, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the contract.
Can we wait on the other two? We put this off for like 3 months already.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
You're pro tem.
Go ahead, proceed.
Okay, thank you. This agenda item was presented 2 weeks ago, and we did not have a voting quorum that night. So I'm going to go back and just review.
Is Commissioner Macias coming for this? I mean, because we've all seen it except for Commissioner Villarreal and Commissioner Macias. Can we just let her come back?
There she is.
There you go.
Okay to go? Okay.
Now
thank
you're
you.
good.
As I started out, this agenda item was presented 2 weeks ago. We're going to review it again. The reason it came back is we didn't have a voting quorum that night. And so we're back again with the same process, if you will. We evaluated the 5 banks individually, and it was done on scoring criteria that's listed. There were 4 criteria. There were 5 members on the committee, and they scored it in confidence. We did not talk with each other, and each person was judging based upon these 4 criteria. One was the banking service fee, and the banking service fee sounds easy, and that, it was either a 0, whatever the dollars was, but it's a little bit more complicated to that, because a banking service fee could be waived if you had a minimum balance. And it also prohibits the city from using other funds in a minimum balance that could be invested for higher interest. So some of that was taken into consideration. Also, we have fees for ACH and wires, and those fees were compared on the various banks. And then it may not seem like much, but some of the banks had a cutoff time at 7 o'clock at night. Unfortunately, the finance and accounting department often works late with a lot of competing activities. So that 7 o'clock cutoff was actually good. Other banks had a cutoff at 4 p.m. So 7 o'clock really worked well for us. The interest earnings was a second category. And again, 2 criteria here that were real important. When the Fed fund changes its rates, the banks are not obligated per the contract to change with the Fed funds or with the T-bill market. So we asked in our questions, what is your index and what do you change to? And so the answers we got really influenced the interest earnings. And then collateral requirements with this are important as well. The third category was the capability, and quite frankly, most banks have the same capability across the board. It often comes down to service. But there's things like the interface on how you look into the funds and how you get in, ease of access. And if you're an EA individual and you're on our team, you're going to look for that. You're also going to look for safety requirements in terms of, can you hack into the system? And is there AI being used in case of fraud? So, you know, depending on what your background was, this one carried a different amount of weight. And then just the timeline to implement banking services. If a new bank was awarded the service, how long would you take to get us up and running? So that was all important. And then, of course, the disaster recovery plan. And the event that things went down, how quickly could you get us back up and running again? And the safety and creditworthiness of the bank was also important. If you read the news, there's been 3 banks over the last 9 months that have failed. Some of them have been for reasons out of their control, but they were in market niches that had a little bit more risk than what we have here. And then lastly, we came back with a presentation that all 5 members viewed, and each bank had an opportunity to present again. And we looked for things for enthusiasm, the appearance. When we asked the question, did we get a direct answer? Did they try to avoid it? The level of preparation, you could tell who was prepared and who wasn't. And then did they read the question that we asked? And then the structure of their customer service team was really, really important to us. We looked for that. Again, most of the banks have the same services, but customer service stands out in the end. Do we have local representation? And when we need to get another department involved, will that lead person stay with us? Or do we call a number in New York and then have to carry it out ourselves? So all told, we had these 5 categories and came up with scores, again, that were done individually. And the scoring criteria led to a pretty close, two horses at the end of the race there that were real close to each other. JP Morgan Chase and PNC Bank had the 2 highest scores, neck and neck. And then Plains Capital came in 3rd, and Lone Star National Bank, 85.2, and then Texas Regional Bank. These scores are just criteria for the board. They're not meant to be the rule-all for who you choose, but they're just what came out of our evaluation process. And with that, we'd like to just forward it to Commission for your direction on how you want us to go for the next 5 years. Any questions?
I'll defer to the new commissioners to see if they have any questions first.
I don't have a question. I just have a shared concern that one of the biggest factors for me is customer service, in the sense of having a designated representative for the bank and keeping it local. Is accessibility, I think, is key for us to continue to operate as a city.
Thank you. We share your concerns.
Yeah, I've always just been someone that if we can, as a city, do business locally, I mean, I think that's very important to us, to me. I think that's very important. I don't know if you guys take that into consideration in the rubric that you have here.
You know, it wasn't one of our scoring criteria, but we certainly looked at it. JP Morgan Chase is headquartered in New York. PNC Bank is headquartered in Pittsburgh, but they have local operations. Plains Capital is in Texas. Lone Star National Bank Plains Capital is actually in Highland Park, Texas, a suburb of Dallas. Lone Star National Bank is in the Valley, and Texas Regional Bank is in the Valley, but there is no bank that's headquartered in Brownsville. So I just want to be perfectly clear. There are banks headquartered in the Valley, but not in Brownsville per se.
Sure.
So we did look at that, but it wasn't a scoring criteria. And we recognized going through the evaluation that that was one of the items that Commission would be looking for.
Would you mind stating again who we currently are with?
We're currently with PNC Bank, and we've been with PNC Bank for the last 5 years, and we've gotten very good customer service. We are now on an extension. We had 2 extensions since their contract ran out. And one of the agenda items that you approved as a group consideration tonight was to carry that extension forward because the second extension ran out on June 30th. So was this there as a bridge, if you will, to get us to the selection tonight?
Would there be any fees if the city were to change bank?
No, it's more of an inconvenience. You know, you have to change some of your ACH setup. You'd have to change your check stock. Your wires would be different. You know, it would be, we have check scanning at some of our operations. So it'd be cumbersome, probably 3 to 6 months. Eventually you get back to normal and running again. But during this busy time of the year with budgeting and everything else going on, it would be troublesome. But we'll make work whatever the council recommends.
Any other comments?
So I think for those who are not new to the commission, folks know I'm not fond of the process and how it played out because I think there's room for improvement. The biggest one being, I think the presentation should be the first thing before we start scoring everything else because you don't get enough just looking at a piece of paper. Personally, I'm not inclined to make a change for a long term while the process is still flawed, in my opinion. If we're going to consider anything, I would suggest considering awarding PNC another year or awarding PNC another 5 years. If we award 1 year, then that gives us the chance to do this again and hopefully tweak the process so that the presentation comes in sooner in the process rather than later. Those would be my suggestions.
Is that something that can be done? Can it be for a year?
Yes.
The contract would have to be amended. You want to talk about that?
Yes, so if you want to continue with, if you want to award to PNC, because we currently have them, we have good legal reasons to award it, you can do it for 1 year, and then we can go out, of course, do the whole process over again. We would have to amend some agreements. Right now, we have approved an extension for 180 days. I'm sure they would agree to extend it further out for another year.
And your suggestion is valuable on this as well, again, because I don't want to put us in a predicament where you guys aren't satisfied. I just think there's more that could be learned from the numbers if the process was changed. But I know, like you said, we've also had very good service with PNC, so I'm good with either of those intervals.
You know, in finance and accounting, consistency is important. We have to deliver results in the same manner to management and to the board. So we like consistency and like predictability. So, but we're also flexible enough as a team and seniored and management that we can go with whatever you recommend.
Then that being the case, I'll make a motion toward a contract to PNC for 1 year.
Second.
Was there a second?
Yeah.
Okay, motion and second, all in favor?
Discussion.
Oh, is there any discussion? Well, I imagined everyone had their discussion, but are there any other discussion items?
And I just want to make clear that Mayor Cowan had to step out, just for the
Yes.
record.
So motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you for your direction.
Thank you. And if the process is to be changed, I would encourage that to happen quickly or to begin quickly because a year's not that long.
Yes.
And everyone will want, all of the commission will want to weigh in on what that process might be.
Yeah, I think we would appreciate seeing what you're asking and what the point value would be before. Because right now, I mean, we see a point value, but I have no idea. Like I see 20 points for presentation, but I don't know exactly what it is you were looking for. So just.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Del Santo's comments were very, very noteworthy. That we probably, given that there's only 5 banks, we would do ourselves a service by listening to the presentation. The banks know what criteria we're looking for, and not only could they address them in the written proposal, they could address them verbally, and then we got a much better opportunity to score it on a consistent basis. You know, each individual member would do it individually, but we'd all hear the same thing at the same time. People read differently, and sometimes the presentations weren't presented all the same, but when you verbally have to present what's in writing, you got it in 2 places, and it makes it much easier.
Thank you.
I think it's, for me, I also like to hear, even though banks are not locally owned, they employ local people. So I think it's important to understand the number of local employees employed by the banks if we want to protect or provide for the local folks.
Very noteworthy comment as well. We'll take that in consideration a year from now.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Can someone let the mayor know we're done? Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, consideration and action to award Zero Corporation contract number TRP-87-0923 as the responsive and responsible bidder on the Brownsville Transportation Investment Generating Economic Recovery Rehab Project in the amount of $7,489,682.34 as budgeted.
Mayor and city commissioners.
Real quick, for the record, I was not present for the previous, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes, Mayor, we did
Thank you.
record that in the minutes.
Make sure.
Sorry, Joel. I know you can. My name is Joel Garza, Multimodal Transportation Director for the city. We had before you the final phase of the Tiger projects. The Tiger was an award from the USDOT back in 2016 to the city of Bronzeville. And so that included several vehicles, the East Side Transfer Station, and now the rehab of the maintenance facility located by Billy Mitchell and Jose Columna. And after the engineering design, we now on the construction phase. During the bid document and the bids did come higher than initially estimated by our engineers and architects. And so we have you before the 7.4 with the lowest reasonable bidder to Siwa. This is a maintenance facility that will include the replacements and repair of the current fuel tanks. We also installation of a brand new bush wash that we currently have manual. And then it is a manual, small little warehouse there for staff for storage. I will note that this project is also the corrective actions to the TCQ notice that we received back in 2017 and again in 2019 due to the potential fuel leakage from those tanks that have been underground for more than 40 years. So staff recommends approval.
Just for the public, what is TCQ?
Thank you, Commissioner. Texas
Commission of Environmental Quality.
Sorry, thank you.
What I would say is, I believe staff is manually washing our buses. And so in terms of an efficiency, I would rather have our staff, performing maintenance than washing buses, right? And also, of course, the underground storage tanks does have an environmental impact that we want to make sure we remediate as a city.
These are definitely great needs, and I know that the Tiger grant is very competitive, so it was great that the city was able to be a recipient of it, and it's looking great. I pass by there frequently. It's in my district, and it's looking really, really good. So great job.
Thank you.
What was you said it was over budget because of the inflation. What was?
Correct, Commissioner. So our engineers estimate when they submitted the 100% in May 31st was 5.1 million. The bid came out to 7.4.
This is just a historical comment, and we had to refund $4 million off that Tiger grant because TxDOT wouldn't work with us on a bike peds lane over the Isabella Causeway. It's a shame that we can't tap back into that money that we had to refund.
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 4, consideration and action to approve additional funding for project completion of the Communications and Marketing Department complex for an amount not to exceed $684,911 as budgeted to cover the remaining cost of the CMD complex project, including the purchase of audio and visual components, furniture, fixtures, equipment, and other related expenses.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Ramirez. Good evening, everyone. I'm here, Manny Chacon with Communications and Marketing. And I'm here tonight with two of my colleagues from the Communications and Marketing Department and one of our external partners, Assistant Director Albert Guzman, and our external partner, Greg Smith, who is our Complex Project Manager. And this evening, I'm here to give you a quick update. we're here to give you a quick update, and I'm going to start by sharing for our new commissioners, there is a renovation project occurring over at 1312 Adams Street. That is over at the location of the historic Auto Barton Supply building, and that is where the new Communications and Marketing and Convention and Visitors Bureau and Office of Space Commerce and Brownsville TV will all be housed out of when that is completed, which we are coming up here shortly upon that completion date. And so this renovation project has several objectives, many of which are to better serve and further enhance the communication efforts on behalf of the city towards our residents here in the community. And so our CMD complex and CVB complex, it does have a strategic initiative to further reach the citizens of Brownsville through a diverse means of communication, including but not limited to live media events, live recordings of Brownsville TV, podcasting and audio recordings, gatherings amongst community partners for enhanced collaboration, conferences, and even speaking engagements. And at this point, I would like to invite my colleague, Greg Smith, to be able to go ahead and speak to the PowerPoint presentation that you now see on your screen.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Greg Smith. I'm a Principal and Project Manager with Windsor Group. We do development advisory and project management, and we work all over Central Texas and all over Texas, the state of Texas, doing work for mission-based organizations, nonprofits, municipalities, higher education, and I'm happy to be here and present on this project today. So yeah, just to tell you a little bit about the project, I'm going to give like a bit of a refresher on what this project is all about and some of our goals and what we're trying to accomplish. The first is it's a collaborative workspace and studio complex. This entire building is actually a production studio. Every area of this building can be used to film and do different forms of media so that the department has a full range across the entire facility. And it does have a dedicated recording studio that has an audio control and video control so that you guys can produce state-of-the-art communications and really reach your citizens in a bunch of different modalities. Additionally, there's lots of different workspaces in this facility. We've got open office. You can work in the main area that's kind of open seating. We've also got dedicated offices, conference area. So it's a really 21st century office building and production studio. The second is the connectivity to the new eBridge building. It is right alongside of it. There's a courtyard that connects the two. So it's one of the intents was to kind of have an energetic hub in this part of the city between this building and eBridge. And I kind of mentioned that it's a state-of-the-art audio and visual facility. We have a consultant that's doing audio and visual on this facility. They've been here from the get-go. They've got a studio out of Austin, Texas, and they've been consulting on this to make sure that it is a true state-of-the-art facility. And then the last thing is to celebrate the building's history. This was a distressed asset, a dilapidated older building that we are doing an adaptive reuse project on. We are investing in Brownsville's downtown. And what we did to be kind of financially prudent and sort of embody the vision of the department was we kind of went with this industrial look. So when you go into this building, you can see elements of the history. The facade is to match the history of the building and how it was originally built. You go on the inside, we've got exposed ceiling. You can see kind of that historical aspect of the building, which we thought kind of celebrated Brownsville and also brought that energy of innovation and doing something new.
This is also meant for you all to be able to have podcasts, or if you want to have filming and video. I know we normally have it in City Hall or Market Square, but it's another way for you to reach your audience citywide or in your district and have an informal, formal podcast with or without audience there as well.
Yes. So some of the different community benefits, because it wasn't just thought of as for the department, it was also thought with the community in mind. So as I kind of mentioned, we think that this could be a catalyst for downtown activation. We are taking a building that was really distressed and we are renovating it to its full potential. So Brownsville is investing in part of downtown. There's enhanced infrastructure for citizen communications. It's really built so that there is a lot of different modalities of communicating with your citizens. Like Ms. Ramirez mentioned, you can do podcasting, you can do PR and press conferences, and you can really do them in a lot of different spaces to do them in kind of an interesting way that can engage with citizens, maybe in a different format than is typical of just one modality. There's cultural events that can be programmed in this. The way that the building is situated with this courtyard and one large open space, it's actually got an indoor-outdoor connection, and this venue can host large groups of people. So there was a thinking that you could be using this not just for the city as a gathering area, but you could use this courtyard and this inner venue to host all sorts of different events. There was thoughts of music. There's going to be a stage in phase 2 to have live music events, to have press conferences, to hold any sort of event that you wanted to for your community, do cultural events, et cetera. And then, like I mentioned, that large-scale event capability. I would guess that this space could comfortably house, if you're opening up the inside and outside, maybe 100 to 200 people. So you do have a very large gathering center in this building. So these are just some of the indirect benefits of moving forward, some other things that were kind of a benefit of this. The first is just kind of the situation that the communications and marketing department is in. They are operating out of 2 offices currently. They are at the Pyramid and they are over on Washington Street. They can't currently house all of their people, so that was one big reason for this. A second reason is that they've got a lot of equipment to print a lot of different signage and communications that they use regularly, and it just does not fit in the space that they have. This new space actually has a dedicated maker space for all of that equipment, and it will be able to house the entire department.
I would also say that freeing up of the Washington Street office allows for the city auditor, who's right now taking some space at the central library, to be relocated there, and they have their own space, for them as well. And I think that's something that they really appreciate. So we're really looking at 2 departments improving their, well, 3, because it's the central library will take back their space. Auditors will be able to move into the Washington space, and then CMD will be in one space together. It also has classroom space. So right now, most of our staff have classroom space only on the 4th floor of this building. So we'll be able to have classroom space for classes for Public Works or any other departments.
Yes, and kind of piggybacking off of that, the second point here is the Pyramid. Right now, they're operating out of the Pyramid. It's a possibility that this could become available for lease. That's a prime kind of pad site that could end up being another revenue stream for the city in some way, shape, or form. And then lastly, and I've kind of mentioned this point, but it really does contribute to the downtown revitalization effort that the city is going through right now. So to kind of go through like where we are today, this is just an overview, a timeline of kind of how we got to where we are. We originally started out in November of 21. We had 1 bid, so we were challenged on that. We went and we really tried to cut scope, think of creative ways to bring down cost. What we did is we phased out the projects. We have been in phase 1. In January, we rebid the project. It was unfortunate, the market was going crazy, but we only got 1 bid at that time as well. But that was when, shortly after that, the commission approved Gerlach's contract. The original funding that we went for was for that construction contract in May of 22. And then we kicked off the project in August. And I do have on here just one milestone of the project that was unique, which is we did discover a large unforeseen condition of a tank, an underground tank that was underneath our slab when we were constructing the building. And more recently, now we have permanent power in the building. We've got HVAC units running. We are nearly complete. The building is really looking done, and we project right now that we're going to be completed around the end of August. So just to talk about our funding to date, this slide is from when we originally went for funding. We had $1.9 million in the PEG fund that was going to be utilized for the project. We talked about the HOT fund and the $300,000. We didn't end up doing that. We actually ended up doing an interfund loan for about $1.5 million to get to our total of $3.46 million that kind of got us to the amount for the Gerlach contract.
I would just like to add a little bit to the financial history behind this. The PEG funds come from Spectrum, and we average about $250,000 a year. So the original setup for this deal was the PEG funds were going to pay back the interfund loan from the government, or for the general fund, right? And so we're asking for a little bit over $600,000 more. At that 250 per year, we're looking at additional 2.5 years from the PEG fund to be able to fund it. So it's extending the original loan, if you will, just 2.5 years more. And prior to this use of the PEG fund, the balance just sat there. It wasn't being utilized from, so this is not a budgeted item. It's the use of those funds that are restricted for certain purposes, and this purpose actually fits. And just to go back through the original funding and the scope of this project, it was done during COVID. There was only one contractor. However, the original funding request was only for the contractor. It did not include project management expenses from Greg, and he's done a fantastic job. It didn't have the right assumptions for the architect fees. And we've also had escalation of inflation along the way too. So that's where we are now. And we feel like the 600,000 is the worst case scenario. Greg's been working daily. We have weekly updates on where the spending's at. And that's the worst case scenario. We're hoping to come in much under the 645 that was being requested.
Appreciate that. And I'm kind of going through some of the history here, but just showing a little bit of our financial prudence and trying to, get this job to be as, cost effective for the city as possible. This is just a summary of the value engineering that we went through when we first awarded this project. We ended up value engineering about $250,000 out of this project to get to that $3.4 million. So that's kind of where we ended up landing with that. This is a little bit more of where we are today. This is a really typical curve for construction. It's basically just showing kind of the design phase, and then around month 11, 12 is kind of when we ramped up and started construction. You can see the activity really ramping up, and now we're at about $3 million expended today, about maybe 75% complete or so. So this right here is basically a summary of how we're getting to the $600,000 that Michael had stated. I've really looked in depth at all of the numbers, and to kind of go through this as quickly and simply as I can, basically what we're looking at is what have we spent to date, what is remaining on those contracts, what are the changes that have been submitted to date, and what are some of those different things that Michael has mentioned, audio, visual, FF&E, some ad serves that are related to different things, and some of the just contingencies that you might want to do towards the end of a project just to make sure that we are fully covered. And when we do that, we come up with a need of, 4.1 million overall, a not to exceed funding request of 684,000. And then the tables below basically go through what those are, but those buckets are largely audio, visual, FF&E, some ad serves on the project, and some of your professional services.
And FF&E stands for furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
Yes, thank you for that.
And PEG stands for Public, Educational, and Government.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I kind of glossed over that. This is a just summary of our change orders to date. I think we've done very well on this. We've got 10 right now. And if you can see the all caps credits, these are actually changes that work to the city's benefit. We're actually getting money back from the contractor on these. So we're just showing here again, sort of that we're being financially prudent. I think this is a very good amount of change orders for an adaptive reuse project with this level of complexity. And you are getting a value of basically us just really making sure that we are negotiating costs with our contractor, really diving into changes that are proposed and making sure that you get a fair cost for them. So thank you. That's really it for the presentation. And if you have any questions, I can field them for you.
I saw that we used hot reserves. Was that a one-time expense?
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
For the hot, I saw it had said hot fund reserves.
No, we had presented it, and I probably wouldn't have added it to the agenda, the presentation, but for initially the hot funds were requested, but it was found that not to use hot funds.
Okay.
So he was just stating that we had been requesting it. It could have been eligible. We decided not to use hot funds. We used the PEG funds.
The original funding came out of the fund balance from PEG fund.
Right.
And the differential was funded from the general fund as a loan. to be paid back for PEG funds as they came in. So that's what's happening. The proposal originally had the hot funds, but they were never
Right,
utilized.
we didn't want to use that.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, just to add to that, when that came before the commission the first time, I believe it was Commissioner Cardenas who asked that we find alternate funding rather than hot funds, and that was the solution staff came up with.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's correct.
And I had a second question while I have the mic. For the visitor center, if we're looking to vacate the pyramid, what's going to happen to that?
Yes, sir. We have a lot of interest from a commercial restaurant to be, to use that site. So we're kind of working with that, the negotiation that would come to the commission if that is. But we're actively recruiting that site, which is actually very visible to the community. So
And final
that's the
question.
return on the investment on that site.
Thank you.
But
Final
there would be a
question.
transition, sir, between that site and the new site so that people know where to go. We're already talking about that transition, ensuring that we need to start it soon because we think you're going to all move like possibly in end of August or September. So we're going to start that communication soon in terms so that people know where to go.
Thank you. And just for clarification purposes, you did mention a couple of times open space at the facility. Is this open to the public or is this not open?
We have oriented the facility so that it could be used for public use and you would not be able to set, like you could lock off the back of house like office space. So it's a lockdown facility. I mean, there's a card reader and it's essentially for the department. But if you were to hold a community event, you could do so in a way that you just have access to sort of the areas that are conducive to a community event, but not back of house office space.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's a really great question because there's going to be expensive equipment there. So even the bathrooms, the way like they locked out have public bathroom use, if y'all wanted to have some sort of event in the kind of open area, you could and still have access to bathrooms without creating a security issue with our audio equipment.
Thank you. I move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys.
Next item, we have board appointments.
Thank you.
Item number 1, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-054 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members to the Ethics Advisory Commission. Their terms have expired, and they would like to be considered to continue serving on the board. That's what they expressed.
So each member is requesting reappointment here? Each,
Yes.
Wait, all 7? There's only 4 listed as applicants.
Yes, the only thing is that they didn't have the opportunity to submit their application because some of them were out of town.
Mm-hmm.
We did get an email that they would like to continue serving on the board if the commission wishes
So
to.
Mr. Pequeño is willing to serve again?
Yes, ma'am.
Then I would make a motion to reappoint Mr. Pequeño.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
So we can appoint somebody who's not, committed?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'll move to appoint mine. I'll appoint Rigo Flores.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
As for myself, I would like to make a motion to appoint Ismael Hinojosa.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Motion to reappoint Martin Sarkis.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
I'm going to hold mine.
Okay. I'll make a motion to reappoint David Merrill.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
I'll hold mine.
Hold. We're good on this one?
Yeah, she was the first.
So we're good.
No, I'm ready. I'll make a motion to reappoint David Willis.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right. Ayes have it, motion carries. So just for the record, Commissioner De Los Santos is holding his appointment
For the next scheduled meeting. Okay. So next item, we have item number 2, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-050 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members to the Brownsville Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. The board consists of 9 members, 6 which are appointed by the advisory board and 3 appointed by city commission. Currently, we have 1 vacancy and 6 applicants.
This one has 1 vacancy.
Yes,
Which is
1
the-
vacancy.
Which is the vacancy? I'm sorry. Oh, just anywhere.
Any.
Have someone they're thinking of.
Wait, talk to somebody first.
I see that on here, none of them are expired.
Yeah.
Is
just
this
one
adding
vacancy. Yeah, adding any of them or anyone else that you want.
It seems like nobody's ready. I'd like to
Okay.
table this.
Can I appoint?
I'll.
Okay,
take
I'll
my-
go ahead and appoint Claudia Lozano.
We have a motion for Claudia Lozano. Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Item number 3, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-049 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members to the Brownsville Border Film Commission.
Hi, good afternoon. We have currently essentially 6 board members to appoint. We had 3 members, 2 of which have already met their 2 consecutive terms and cannot be reappointed. We have 1 member who is currently serving, that's Ms. Rosalinda Williams, and she's reapplying for her 2nd term. And then we have we have the chair, David Ramirez, who has just recently been appointed. So basically, we have 6 positions open for appointment. One of them being a reapplication of Ms. Rosalinda Williams.
I'm going to move to reappoint Jesus Trevino.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Sir, he's one of the ones that has already done his 2 terms. I don't know if you all.
But the commission has the latitude to extend
Okay,
that.
yeah, I just wanted to.
That's a hard, it's a hard,
And that's one of the members who, and this is a board I consistently hear, they don't make quorum. But in looking at the attendance records, he's one of the ones who's consistently there.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to lose him.
Right.
yeah, I think it's it's a hard one.
Yes.
And just for the awareness directors, the commission does have the ability to, while they've served twice, they can still reappoint that person, okay? This is just, as directors come up, please make that note.
Make a motion to appoint David Betancourt.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I move to appoint Micael Castillo.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'd like to reappoint Rosalinda Williams.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I'll make a motion to appoint Victor Leos.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
We need one more.
And I make a motion to appoint Carmen Nordike.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 4, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-083 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove regular and alternate members to the Board of Adjustment.
Good evening once again. So this is the Board of Adjustment, quasi judicial board. All members right now are up for reappointment. Some have resigned, others terms are expired or close to expiration. We do recommend filling all those vacancies. Something that we do want to point out, and that has been discussed with our legal team, is not necessarily combining the boards, but because the Board of Adjustment has had very limited cases, using those members to serve on the Building and Standards Board, which we will be presenting as well this evening. So the program for Building and Standards has been reactivated. We do need members to be able to carry out the function of the board. So we just wanted to point that out to the commission. And these are the current members that have applied or expressed an interest for the Board of Adjustment.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Dylan Vanderford.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll move to appoint Howard Slackman.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I make a motion to appoint Dr. Jose Hinojosa.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll make a motion to appoint Anchor Jensen.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I'll make a motion to appoint Marcos Cardoza.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Commissioner Martinez, what was your appointment?
Anchor Jensen.
He's currently on GBIC.
Okay, thank you.
I'll do mine next meeting.
Tina was the last one.
Commissioner Villarreal?
You can hold over to the
You can
next
hold
meeting.
over. He'll do his next.
2 holdovers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me point out to the, especially for the new commissioners, this board will also need 4 alternates. So let's encourage also people in each of our districts to apply, because even once the 2 holdovers are appointed, there'll be 4 alternate positions we need to appoint, because this board has to have a supermajority to hear and pass any cases before it. So it's important when regular members can't make it, that the alternates are available.
Is this the same for Building and Standards?
Yes, sir. We are recommending, as per your recommendations, to have the same board members serve on the both boards. And that way we're not appointing more board members, and they're somewhat similar in nature because they deal with buildings and codes.
And I'll speak to that a little bit more when we come to that agenda item.
Excellent.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-080 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members to the Parks Advisory Board Committee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commission. My name is Damaris Bloom, Parks and Recreation Department Director and the liaison for this board. We have two terms that have expired that do need replacement. And these are the applicants and their districts.
Oops. Make a motion to appoint Tito Mata.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And then we have one more appointment.
I'll make a motion to appoint Eduardo Mata.
Second.
What was the
Alright.
first name?
Can you repeat that?
Eduardo Mata.
Eduardo. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 6, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-079 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members to the Brownsville Beautification Committee.
We did find out at our last meeting, although Ms. Claudia Dunn is currently, her term has not expired, she has requested to get an someone to replace her, although her term expires in December.
She actually, yeah, she called me.
Okay.
Yesterday and today to confirm that she wanted to be off.
Okay.
So I'd like to appoint, Veronica Dimas.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I would like to make a motion to reappoint Amanda Dave for an additional term.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Cameras, Elizabeth Scholl didn't want to be reappointed?
She did not apply.
Okay. I'm going to hold mine and reach out to her because I know her attendance record was very strong.
She was this board treasurer. She was very active. Mary Elizabeth Holman did reapply and she is interested as well for District 4.
Can you go back to the previous
Yes,
slide?
absolutely. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Mary Elizabeth Holman.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All supposed to say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
A question.
Okay, and then we need 4 more. One to replace Oscar Zatuche, the chair. You're holding off on Elizabeth Scholl, so 3 more. And then Norma Rodriguez resigned her post. And then Anissa Ramirez is expired and she did not reapply. She did serve 2 terms.
I'll make a motion. I'll appoint Ivan Barraza.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Jolie Rubio.
Okay, thank you.
Is he eligible to be appointed?
He's served 2 terms in the past, but he's served Parks Advisory Board 4 years since, so he's had a gap. I need to check it could be pending the rules and the ordinance. I think we need to check if I thought it was just a 2-year gap, if I recall.
So I guess the question is, are you asking if you can be appointed to another term? Yes.
Different,
So the ordinance says two terms, but it also has an exception to where if the commission thinks that there is a good cause to appoint somebody for an additional term, then you could.
he's not serving on beautification right now. He just finished his Parks Advisory Board term and that expired. And so now he's not serving on no boards right at the
So then
moment.
he's eligible.
Oh, then he's
I believe
eligible.
so. For BBC, he has not, there's been a gap,
Okay.
several
I'll
year
second.
gap.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. How many more do we need for this?
One more.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Belinda Eager.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear who.
Yeah. Can you repeat?
Belinda Eager.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back for Commissioner De Los Santos, the last one for Elizabeth Schul, next meeting.
Item number 7, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-081 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members to the Special Needs Advisory Board for a partial and/or regular term.
Board member Ana Laura Chavez resigned her position due to relocation, and so her term, it'll be to serve a partial term, which is December 2023, unless otherwise approved. And these are the applicants for the Special Needs Advisory Board. There's 2 applicants. One lives in Harlingen and the other on Delia Avenue. I could not confirm that there was a residence in Brownsville through the map. It didn't show up, so that's questionable.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Sergio Zarate.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 8, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-084 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove regular and alternate members to the Building and Standards Commission.
So this board is composed of 5 regular members and 2 alternate members. The purpose is to basically regulate or do the function of ordering the demolishing of dilapidated structures. The board used to be active a couple of years ago, funding ran out, and therefore all the terms for all the members expired. And therefore, we're trying to reactivate the board given that new funding has been provided. These are the current applicants.
I'd like to appoint Alejandro Moreno.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And I'll move and this is the item we were talking about, trying to be consistent with Board of Adjustment and Building and Standards Commission because they're both quasi-judicial and the training that's involved with them. So I had appointed Howard Slackman, so I'll move to appoint Howard Slackman to Building and Standards Commission.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And the reason I didn't appoint on the last one was because he had not confirmed. But now that he did, after this, can we go back to that real quick? Thank you.
Am I able to reappoint Larry Holman, or does he not want to be reappointed?
His Board of Adjustment, right?
Well, there was no application. We did not receive an application for him. Staff only put the applications that were received. If you believe he may be interested, you can do so.
I'm going to move to appoint Larry Holman if he responds to you that he'd rather not, then kick it back to me.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I have a question. For my appointee for BOA, he already serves on a second board. Does that mean I have to appoint somebody else?
No, you can, on this particular board, you can.
Because they're governed by state statute.
Correct, yeah, you can appoint them to this board.
And I'll move to appoint Hanker Jensen.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I'll move to appoint Marcos Cardoza.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Go ahead and make a motion to place Jose Trevino.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'm holding on to a spot, I just want to verify with someone.
Okay.
So,
Do we, how many more do we need?
One more.
We have everyone?
one, right?
We just need one more.
One,
We just need, Tino.
Yeah.
Okay.
one, so, yeah, I'm holding because I'm asking that same person for the other, for the.
Well, this one is 5 regular members and 2 alternates.
Perfect.
Yes.
How many are we at then?
We've already done more than 5, haven't we?
No.
No. They did.
Well,
They did
it's
four.
5 and 2.
Hang on a second.
Well-
Mark, look, this is,
While he looks this up, can we go back to, can we take that? The other one?
Yes, we have a motion to reopen it.
so moved.
All right, we have
A motion and a second to reopen.
a second
Just to
Any further
reopen Board of
discussion?
Adjustment.
to reopen the Board of Adjustment.
To reopen Board of Adjustments. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you. So I'd like to appoint Alejandro Moreno to that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
So just to summarize, for BOA, there has been 6 regular board appointments. We're still missing 1, and we have 4 more alternates to go.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, he's on, no, he's not on both because Rose didn't appoint him the second one. So we can appoint Dylan.
As an alternate?
Well, for right now, I guess would be an alternate, but I'm going to encourage staff to have a new ordinance before us to change Building and Standards Commission. I think what happened was because, let's just call it the prior administration decided to drop Building and Standards. That's why it was not changed with the rest of the boards to be 7 members and 4 alternates. And this may have been part of the UDC as well. Because I know that that was something that was lacking in the UDC was alternates on Board of Adjustment originally. We had to amend ordinance for that as well.
The UDC, just for clarification, the UDC does not govern the.
Building and
buildings.
Standards, okay.
Do we have to reopen this?
For the Building Standards Commission item,
Yeah.
you're just basically directing us to come forward with, you're not appointing anybody else right now at this time.
Not right now. Well, I think
Yeah.
John wants to appoint Dylan.
Oh,
Yeah, do we?
yeah, so you would, because we had moved, you would reopen it. Yeah, motion to reopen that item.
Move to reopen.
Second.
Building and Standards Commission.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
There you go. Now you can do it.
So as an alternate or as a?
You would have, well, see, that's the other problem this causes, is as we were making these appointments, nobody said regular, nobody said alternate.
Well,
So right now, nobody's either.
well, everybody's regular right now.
No, they
Everybody's
can't be regular.
regular.
We've
I'm
appointed more than
regular.
five.
I've already had an appointment on this.
How many did we appoint?
We have 6. Tino is the 7th, right?
And that's the thing, out of those 6, if there's only 5 regulars,
Oh, there are only
we
5
didn't,
regulars.
we didn't specify who's regular, who's alternate. So that means we'd have to reappoint all of them. And specifying whether they're a regular board member or whether they're an alternate board member.
Well, I think the way we have been doing it as far as practice has been you fill in all the regulars. So the first, what, 5?
5,
First
and then
five.
Five,
whoever
five
fixed
would be
is.
considered regulars.
And
Thereafter.
once we change it, we change it, if we change it.
Yeah, and if you want to change, you can then change yours.
It needs to change because all our boards are now, every member has an appointment.
But we will bring back the ordinance for this.
I think what Commissioner De Los Santos says, rather than having 5 and then 2 alternates, all of them will be regular members.
Yeah.
And that we would make that change.
Yeah.
And so all
And
your.
then we would
appointments
provide
today-
for additional alternates.
Yes, sir, if you want.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Dylan Vanderford.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item, we have item number 9. Consideration and action, if any, to approve resolution number 2023-082 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members on the Brownsville Public Utilities Board.
Can you go
Commissioner
back
Martinez?
one, please? Can you go back one slide? I move to adopt resolution number 2023-082 and appoint Gerardo Martinez.
Second.
All right,
Place one.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I think half the commission's lost right now.
Yeah.
We're moving to appoint Gerardo Martinez to the PUB board.
There's a first, there's a second.
Is he taking
Yeah.
the
Aye.
seat of Sandra Sines?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a full term.
There,
Well, it would be under the charter because the charter states that there's no unexpired term, so it would be a full 4-year term
From here.
from here.
forward.
So this would be one, of course, that needs to be cleaned up in the next charter election.
Mhm. I think so. Do we, let's go ahead and record the votes, because I think there were a couple that didn't vote because they weren't sure what we're doing.
Let's do a roll call.
roll call.
Yoli.
Aye.
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 All right, there you go.
Very good.
Thank you. Item number 10, consideration and action, if any, to approve resolution number 2023-095 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members on the Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee.
Hi, good evening, Commissioner, Mayor. The Animal Regulation and Care Committee currently has 1 vacancy, and we have 4 expiring terms that will expire before the end of the year. It looks like we do have 3 applications on file.
That
Or-
vacancy, I believe. I'm
Go-
sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner, please.
That vacancy, I believe, is mine, because I was appointed as a commissioner to that board. So I'll move to appoint Monica Telam.
Who's that? Can you repeat that?
Monica Telam?
Okay.
I'll move to
Monica
appoint Monica.
Aren't you
Second.
staying on as a commissioner?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Aren't you staying on as a commissioner?
Yes.
Then you should not get an appointment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not know that.
Sorry.
Very good. I withdraw my motion.
Let me check. I just want to make sure, because I know I don't have an appointment here. I believe Shirley Wells is still on, and she was my appointee.
Yes, Dr. Wells is still on.
You got 2 appointees.
John, you've got an appointee there.
I have
Pedro,
one
you've
too.
got an appointee.
You
Yeah,
have
but
2?
Dr. McAllister is not an appointee. She's a veterinarian.
I stole your-
I'm not sure
Are
why
you
it's a
wanting to
citizen.
be reappointed? Because I see the previous commissioner had 3 appointments.
She had
What-
4, actually.
What happened there was she voted in a slate, and I was actually part of that slate last time. That's why we need to go back and,
And do individual.
correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
like who, yeah.
Well, all of you all get appointees.
But that's why, so Brian is already on, so he doesn't have a vote on this tonight. John has someone, Rose has someone, I've got someone.
I have someone.
Unless any of these are, because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You've got like 12 names here. Which are the 7 that get appointed by the commissioner? Which are the 7 that get filled by the commission? That's what we need to identify.
Yeah, I think the one that's causing confusion is Dr. Wells. She represents the Animal Advocacy Organization.
Okay, and then Dr. McAllister?
She's a veterinarian on
She's a
there.
veterinarian.
Okay, so then I don't have a pick on there yet.
And Dr. Romero is the health official.
And which one was that, Commissioner?
Dr. Romero is a health official that is required in addition
Okay.
to a city commissioner. So the remaining seats belong to the.
So then it would be me, Tino, and Linda appointing?
I do have two people in mind, but I'm going to confirm with them. They're huge advocates.
I'll move to appoint
They'll
Monica Tellem.
volunteer. They'll volunteer as well, a
We
lot.
have a motion to appoint Monica Tellem. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Mr. Trevino, I have a
Yes, sir.
question. So, for this board, is the people that we appoint, do they have to be, Brownsville residents?
For this particular board,
Yes, that's correct. The bylaws do require that they be Brownsville residents.
It's actually the state statute that requires the resident to be in the city limits.
I'm gonna hold then.
You know, it's gonna hold. Commissioner Macias, you're gonna hold? All right.
I have someone.
You have someone?
I do.
Okay.
I'd like to motion to appoint Lourdes Bolado.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And just to confirm, I think it was a little confusing since we saw 3 highlights on here, but the 4th is the vacant position, so that's why it's 4 appointments instead of 3. So yeah, Commissioners Macias and Villarreal still get a pick at the next meeting.
Thank you.
There's 5
Thank you.
highlights. I mean, 4 highlights, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
I think so.
Helen, I have a question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Helen, I have a question. Is there some reason that we have to do, not for you, Dr. Caldwell, is there some reason that we have to do all of these in one sitting?
The board appointments?
Like in other words, is there some reason that we have to make all the appointments in the whole city once a year only?
I think we talked about having it
Okay,
twice a year,
twice.
right?
It's in the resolution.
As I recall, that's
Well,
something
I
the
didn't-
commission requested.
Correct.
Yes, in June and December.
So it's
Pardon me?
twice.
In June and December, we do it twice a year. But this time we did it in July because of elections and waiting for a new.
Oh, because of
commissioner from-
elections. Okay,
Yes.
so
So we
I
have to-
find item 11 very ominous because there are like 1,000 different boards listed in that one item. How long is, I find it, I don't like having meetings that go on for 5 hours because it's hard to keep focus, not just me personally, but staff and the general public. So my comment.
Hard shot.
Item number 11, consideration and action, if any, to approve resolution numbers 2023-088 through resolution number 2023-106, except 2023-095, to amend board and commission policies and/or to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members from the following boards and commissions.
So let me speak to this one, only because Commissioner Martinez and I requested this. The only intent here is that because we've heard from constituents consistently, boards fail to meet quorum and don't get to meet. This is just a catch-all, and that's why we got the attendance records for every board. If you see that one of your picks or the pick that belongs to your position has excessive absences and you want to remove them, this gives you the latitude to do that. We don't need to go board through board, and if you don't have anyone, don't feel bad about it. And we can carry over to the next meeting as well. But this is just so if anybody has anyone, that's the intent here.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to his point, I requested the item to give us the opportunity to look at the boards that we currently have with the attendance records that was presented to us by the city secretary. I found that there was 2 specific boards that have canceled or not met multiple times in double digits in the past year because of lack of quorum. And I think that's my concern, is that we need to address boards that are not meeting because of attendances records. And to that point, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee has canceled 7 meetings in the past year. And I think that the commission should consider looking at their attendance just to see and confirm the dedication that your appointee has on that board. The other one was the Transit Advisory Committee. They had 10 canceled meetings as well in the past. This is another board that I just wanted to address to the commission, just to put it on our radar, that they're not meeting, and they've had 3 meetings in the last 2 years. That's unacceptable. I think that we should be providing all of our boards the correct people to be able to carry out business and move the city to continue on. There's two other boards that I had a concern with. One was the Main Street, and the reason why I'm bringing them up separate is because they weren't listed on the agenda. Main Street, the seat that was appointed to it was the past commissioner for District 1. I would like to replace that appointment since she's no longer is in office. Is that something that I can?
Commissioner, I mean, I would like to, the downtown manager has expressed interest in presenting to you a possible work session on downtown, not only the Main Street, like having a downtown board. And so what I respectfully request is to allow the downtown manager to, he's talked to various business owners about this approach, and we would like for you to consider this approach, or at least have a work session on it, prior to considering whether Main Street is something we want to continue, or is there other downtown advisory board that you want to create? So, we can go either way. It's just something that I know that the downtown manager would like to present to you possibly August 1st.
I can wait, and then we could probably do appointments maybe then.
Thank you, sir.
With respect to the, were you done? Were you done?
One
Oh,
more.
go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. The other concern I had were 2 other boards that deal with a lot of business for the city. That's Planning and Zoning and GBIC. The District 1 seat that is on those boards has had absences, and I feel that coming in as a new commissioner, I would like for somebody to be present and active in those boards. And so I wanted to reappoint my appointments for those 2, if that's okay.
Make a motion, Commissioner.
So I'll make a motion to appoint David Bencourt to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have a question. Does he not have to remove someone first?
In his explanation, I believe he was removing that individual.
District 1 seat.
Who is that? Well, okay.
Well, I don't know who
I'll look for it. I think it's in my.
It's Ronald Mills. So David Betancourt to replace Ronald Mills. And for GPIC, this year
Let's do these separately. I think because they're separate resolutions, let's pass one first and then we'll do the second.
Correct. Do we have a second on the motion? I'm sorry.
Yes, I seconded.
Yeah, so
And
for discussion, I think I just like to say, I think we have to be really careful when it comes to political appointments, right? Especially when the board members are performing and they're being attentive, right? I agree, if they're not showing up, they're not an active, productive board member, then by all due means, right? That's something that makes sense. But I think once you get into removing people that are productive board members out of the order of their terms, then it's going to create this snowball effect at the commission level, where it's going to be a more contentious environment to operate in. So I think we have to be real careful on how you want to operate. I mean, you have every right to make that motion, right? But I'm just putting on the record my perspective. When I was elected, I didn't go and clean out everyone, Commissioner De Leon's picks. Or I'm not going to do that to Mayor Mendez as well. So I think I think every commissioner has the right to do what they feel best. But from my perspective, that's just the way I see it. So, anyone else?
No, I think Commissioner Martinez's concern is not trying to undo any predecessor did. It's just those that have excessive absences.
All right, we do have a motion and a second. There's no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Hang on, the new commissioners are lost.
Is this
So the
for
motion is-
planning and zoning?
This is for planning and zoning,
Okay.
to replace Ronald Mills with David Betancourt.
And Ronald Mill has how many absences in total?
8.
8? For planning and zoning?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go ahead and?
And in addition, I'm sorry to interrupt you really quick. Council, in our bylaws, the three consecutive absences.
In the policy that we have, 3 consecutive absences are automatic forfeiture.
So here's the example I brought up before. If that is the policy, then it shouldn't be politicized by bringing it to this commission. It should have already happened before coming to this board, to this commission. Otherwise, let's just politicize everything. And that's not good.
Understood.
Yeah, because it's already in effect, right? He's already off, technically, right?
Technically, he's already off, and then since we're on the subject, Ruben Obel would be also forfeited his office.
And so I don't know if that's an opportunity to evaluate each board and say, hey, all these board members are technically off, and then inform them, because we have this policy, right? This ordinance that dictates that.
Yeah,
And and not bring it to the commission so that we can, and this is going to be a very tedious process.
Sure.
So,
But to Commissioner Martinez's motion tonight, I think we should hear them only because if this agenda item had not been brought up, this wouldn't be happening. Nobody would, I've been here 2 years, Rose, that's absolutely true.
we had that ordinance passed.
When? I'd love to see an example. Because this was the same argument I made against PUB being automatic because nobody enforces it.
Right.
Free right, any of us have a right to replace somebody.
Yes.
I get that. Not an argument. But if somebody needs to be removed because of something that is an ordinance bylaw like attendance, then it doesn't have to come to this body to make it uncomfortable and hurt people's feelings. and
I
so
agree.
on.
Because it doesn't
I
spell it
agree.
out in the policy. I think that's why it comes to us right now. And we can be proactive in the sense of setting for the future, in the policy to be able to hold them accountable in that sense.
Then by that token, and counsel, keep me honest here. If that's the case, then we don't need a motion to remove anyone. All he's doing is filling a vacancy.
Correct. The motion would be filling the vacancy that
Okay,
is.
so then
caused
it's just
the
a motion to
policy.
appoint David Betancourt.
Okay.
Do I do the motion again?
Some people already voted on this before this discussion.
I mean,
One person that I heard.
And that's the only thing. You only heard one aye and one.
Yeah.
Because there was still
we
confusion.
took the vote, but I think we had some commissioners that didn't vote.
So roll call?
So I would do a roll call.
Aye.
I'm just lost. Are we, wait.
This is for
Are
the
we
appointment.
voting on it or not?
Yes.
So
we're
you
voting
voted on it,
to
but it was,
appoint David Betancourt to
He's
the
already in the
vacant
position,
Okay.
it was difficult to determine whether it passed or not.
technically.
So,
So then Ruben Obel's removed.
This is for the
But for
appointment.
Right now, it's the position that belongs to the District 1 Commissioner, and he's moving to appoint David Betancourt to that vacant position.
okay.
That's what the motion is right now.
I'm just asking, I'm lost too. I'm just saying, are we assuming that because they missed 3 in a row, they're no longer on this board?
Correct,
Correct,
So then Ruben Obel's also missed 4 in a row.
correct.
correct.
Okay.
Whoever is that pick, I don't know, is that,
That's mine, I believe.
Roy,
so Commissioner Del Santos would be able to.
got it. You don't gotta just pick people who don't miss. Mine's great.
All right, so roll call.
You want to start
Roll
down
call?
there? Commissioner Martinez,
I
since
can
it was his
start.
motion.
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
And to that same sentiment, it's for GPIC as well, where there's been a lot of absences this year alone.
I didn't hear.
He's going to make. he's talking
So
about keeping-
I'll move to replace. Is that correct? Is that the way? I'll move to replace and appoint Daisy Alcazar.
I don't know where he's at.
So
No.
What board are you on?
I'm sorry, you can't? Can you hear me? I'm going based on, I'll make a motion to replace because that seat is vacant, because they have been absent 3 times in a row, Daisy Alcazar.
No.
Is that
Second.
Anna O'Quinn with.
No, but he's saying that Anna Quinn's position is vacant based on her absences. And so he's naming Daisy to the vacant position.
I don't see three in a
I
row.
don't see three in a row.
So
I don't either.
what I requested was the attendance records from GBIC, and in GBIC, it actually states that they have multiple meetings per month. So this is actually inaccurate, and I wanted to make sure of what I'm doing, because it is a big board, that I look at all the data and I ask for it, and that's what I'm basing myself off of.
So, and to add further clarification, what you're sitting before you is monthly meetings that the city secretary's office has received from GBIC staff. But GBIC has a more in-depth, because they've had special called meetings since they're undergoing a process of looking for an executive director. And so they've had special called meetings. And in that GBIC attendance record, Ms. O'Quinn has had 3 absences in a row. 2 were regular meetings and 1 was a special called meeting.
And this does not count meetings that were attended virtually. Does this account, in other words, are virtual meetings attendance positive or attendance negative?
Virtual meetings count for attendance.
Okay, and we have double checked and triple checked this data.
We only have what
Because
the.
3 is borderline, right? So I just want to make sure that we're not.
Yeah,
only
and,
have
and,
what?
and this isn't lightly, Commissioner. It's been, this whole year, there's been about 7 absences now. And that's the reason why they didn't even, they missed a meeting also this year. And that's what's driving the decision.
7 absences? I see.
No, but I think that's to the commissioner's point, is like in May, for example, it shows 1 meeting, May of 2023. But there were how many meetings in May? I believe there were 3. We're
3
not getting
meetings in
full
May and
attendance
2
records.
meetings in June.
So there were 2 in May, 3 in May and 2 in June?
3 in May and 2 in June.
So we're seeing 2 entries where there should be 5 entries.
So out of the whole year, they missed 2 in May and 1 in June.
Special meetings, I think. Is that what they're saying?
So
Is that-
if I'm not mistaken, 1 in May and then 2 in June. So they missed the regular meeting in June and they missed the special called meeting in June.
And how many in May?
If I'm not mistaken, 1. But I don't have,
I'm showing, I have the record here in front of me. So from January 2023, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 meetings, and she's been absent to 5 of those.
5 of the 7.
Correct. And this is why it was an approach for all boards for us to have the opportunity to go in there and look at these attendance records and be able to determine that.
And I also see on there that out of those 5, 2 of them were
Irregular.
special 5 PM.
Okay.
So I really think this gets to your point on clarifying whether special meetings count towards the 3 in a row
yeah, so correct.
requirement. And also, I think, having that board training to reinforce the excused process, right? Because I don't think
Including
any
that
of
in the
these
policy.
people got excused absences, but they probably could have. right?
Yeah, and I
On the
think
chart.
that goes true,
So-
that's probably true for all boards and
Right,
commissions.
no, I agree.
Yeah, like
Step
they-
1. I know there was one that we saw in the city secretary's office that showed absences excused and absences unexcused. But I think it was only 1 board out of all of them.
So like, I know like this last meeting that I did not attend, I had a PUB meeting and I could not attend. right?
Yeah.
So I would think I would have an excuse.
It would be counted absent, but it would have been an excused
But I didn't
absence.
go and ask for it.
Yeah.
I should have.
When does her term expire?
Yeah,
December?
That's,
It's usually December?
that's another issue that we have to resolve.
Yeah, correct. The last right now, they don't have true, they're supposed to be 4-year terms. And right now, they do not have true term limits.
Established term dates.
Thank you. For the reason that the commission, as they were removing commissioners and appointing citizens, the resolution states that within, I believe, 30 days from when the last commissioner rolls off, which is Mayor Cowan, each board member from GBIC would draw straws so we can have staggered terms. And then that's when we would establish their term limits. Yeah, so technically right now, I would say she's in her first year.
Oh.
Second year.
So where are we?
Well, I know that last Friday I did tour GBEC and I did ask the director there, Mr. Jerry Briones, is that his name?
Yeah, that's correct.
And he had nothing but amazing things. I did ask, how's the board? Is there anybody that we need to take into consideration? And he had said nothing but great things to say about the board and the members. And he has worked in multiple cities and he said this is the best board that they have ever worked, that he has ever worked with. But Commissioner, it's your.
I think I made a motion.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second.
Well, I mean, is it your opinion that she's missed three meetings in a row? Which means that she's automatically off.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think that's where this needs to
yeah,
go.
given the current policy right now, where you can't differentiate between special and regular, I would say if we don't have any direction on whether we count special or regular towards that, then I would say yes, you'd have to count it. Because it is a meeting that was missed. It's something that needs to be clarified. And I think that also has to be clarified as far as whether we're going to do excuse, unexcused, and the process for that. So the body could, of course, move forward with, I mean, there's a motion, so you still have to take a vote, but you can move forward with removing her. Or,
But the thing is, she's still, I mean, if what you're saying is true, that she's not currently a member.
Then it's a vacancy and she's a carryover
carry over.
until their replacement is
So
named.
you could allow her to continue serving and just reappointing her. So,
But for right now, based on your opinion, then it's just a motion to appoint, to fill the vacancy.
motion to fill a vacancy.
The automatic.
Special count.
Yes, we would say right now at this time, because we don't clarify between special versus regular, we would count it.
A few years ago, I was on GBIC, and I was targeted by the commission to be removed. At that time, they were saying there was too many absences, which was completely false. And the issue was they were not even considering the special meetings at that time. So why does it change so much in 2.5 years?
It hasn't changed. It just hasn't been held accountable.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but it did change right now because now we're saying it is considered as part of the
No,
three
he's-
absences.
he's
But when
saying
I was here, when I was sitting there and I said, hey, we had 4 special meetings from June to August, those were not considered as meetings. They weren't counted on the percentage. So I'm just wondering, we have to clarify this. This isn't just for this board. It has to be for every board.
Correct.
And when people miss, they should be out and you should not bring it to the table.
Correct.
It should just be taken care of.
When are we going to start holding them accountable, Commissioner?
And for me, I just disagree with special meetings being meetings because I would understand somebody with businesses like she does. She plans her year when she gets her calendar. If we're going to do special meetings, they should be aware. That's just my consideration on that.
Understood? So I think you have a motion and a second.
We
Do
do?
roll call.
And right now we're in discussion.
Yep, so you want to do the roll call?
Yes.
Aye.
No.
Nay.
I vote nay as well.
Aye.
Nay.
The nays have it?
So the position remains vacant
Yes. Based on,
and the
Council's
nomination belongs to Commissioner Martinez.
correct.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Can we get clarification on the special?
It's clear.
Yeah, I think.
It's
Well,
clear.
yes, I mean, right now, I mean, we,
Council has said until the law changes, until we do something in policy or ordinance, the legal opinion is the way it reads today, it includes everything. It's clear. We don't need additional clarification. If we want to change it, that's at our discretion. But the law, what it is today is clear.
correct. And so August 1st, we'll be bringing a brand new policy. It's not going to be in the form of resolution, it's going to be in the form of an ordinance so that it's codified. And just to advise on the vacancy, Ms. Quinn does continue serving as a holdover. She is a de facto officer. She could be reappointed, and then we could, of course, apply the new policy towards her as she continues. But it's at the commission's desire of how y'all want to proceed.
Well, I would just suggest that if you all decide whether indirect, special or non-special meetings count, maybe that's some direction you may want to give the city attorney's office with regard, so that way he's drafting the policy. I know Cardenas stated something specific, so I'm not saying that we would go with one commissioner. That's something you may want to discuss now and to give direction to the city.
Well, I think there should be direction and we should try to figure something out.
Absolutely.
And I think the most important thing is this should be automatic. If that is the case, it should be automatic and they shouldn't come to us and we shouldn't have to be looking through their attendance. I think everybody's a grown adult and everybody has responsibilities. If they can't do it, they just should be off.
Yeah, but clearly, it's going to take somebody to be the bad guy, whether that's at the staff level at the department, or whether that's at the city secretary's office, or city manager's office, or city attorney's office. And if it's not, the buck stops with us. So yeah, we do need to provide direction to council. We do need to codify this. And I think when we look at it, we don't just look into whether or not it's consecutive absences and whether or not it's regular or special. We need to look at overall attendance. I know what it says right now in policy, 75% of meetings, and that's whether it's consecutive or not. And yeah, when we've got board members whose attendance rate, the times are there is below 50%, that should be a concern. So think about those things as we move forward with it.
Yes, sir.
And I would like to thank Commissioner Brian Martinez and Roy de los Santos to be bringing forth these issues and, taking the lead on this. Most definitely it's a learning experience and just always room for improvement. So we'll work on it.
Yeah, thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Motion second. Any further discussion?
A quick question. Because I want to make sure this agenda item continues in case anybody else had changes they wanted to make, because we didn't give anybody else an opportunity. That's okay.
Yeah, we can put it on the next agenda.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Meeting adjourned at 9:21 PM.